Recording in progress.
Oh, well, so.
All right, I would like to call the June meeting of the South Dakota Game Fish and Parks Commission to order. And I'd like to welcome everybody to Madison, South Dakota and Heartland Energy. And thanks specifically to a past chairman of the commission, Russ Olson, for allowing us to use this facility. At this time, I'd like to make note that we have one commissioner absent, which is Commissioner Risler, and everybody else is present. All right, at this time, it's my duty to read to you the conflict of interest. And there it goes. Now is the time for the commission to consider any written or verbal disclosures of conflicts of interest by current or former commission members. If any member of the commission has completed a written disclosure of a conflict of interest, the commission will consider the disclosure at this time. If any commission member wishes to verbally disclose an interest in a contract as defined in South Dakota Codified Law 3-23-1 is a direct benefit from a contract as defined in 323-1 and 323-2, or any other conflict with any matter on today's meeting agenda, please identify the contract or other matter in which you have the conflict of interest and generally describe the nature of the conflict. Also, if during the meeting you become aware that you have a conflict of interest with any proposed contract or other matter, please notify the chair of the conflict and generally describe the nature of that conflict. If you disclose a conflict of interest, the commission must vote on whether the matter underlying the conflict is fair, reasonable, and not contrary to the public interest. You may not participate in the commission's decision and vote on the conflict. Are there any conflicts of interest? And there have been none turned in, correct? All right. At this time, the first thing we're going to do is the approval of the previous meeting minutes. You all have those, and I would entertain a motion on that.
So moved.
Moved and seconded by Teal or Whitmire, pick one. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? All right, additional commissioner salary days. Gail, we don't have any, correct? No commissioner salary days, okay. At this time, the next item is the license list request, which we have from Hunt Lead Free, and I'm gonna turn this over to Nick Michaels.
Thank you, Vice Chair Cole. Members of the commission, the department did receive recently a request for lists of license holders from an organization by the name of Hunt Lead Free South Dakota. The type of list this organization is requesting is the mailing addresses of tag holders for deer, elk, and antelope in western South Dakota. Stated purpose for this list, they say, is that they have partnered with the South Dakota chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers to provide a free box of lead-free ammo to tag holders for deer, elk, and antelope in western South Dakota. They have attached a brochure with the units that qualify. That brochure is included with your materials there. They stress that this is a voluntary program and to let hunters try this new ammo for free. The department has no objections to releasing this list. The controlling law here is Administrative Rule 41060204. That administrative rule prohibits the release of any license lists if the use of that list is for the promotion or advertisement of any form of gambling, alcoholic beverages, or offensive or pornographic matters or materials. That is not the stated use for this list. To that end, the department has no objection and we would submit it to you for approval.
All right, everybody has heard that. We have it in front of us. Discussion.
Move to approve Nyberg.
We have a motion by Nyberg to approve. Do we have a second? Seconded by Teal. Discussion on the petition?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
is there any other organizations or anything we give this list to? is it public knowledge or how many other people have this list?
Nick, I'm gonna, yep, go ahead.
Through the chair, Commissioner, Commissioner Spring, I couldn't say with any degree of certainty. I would pass it over to the head of our wildlife division, Tom Kirschman, though he might be able to shed some more light on that.
Thank you, Mike, or Nick, excuse me, Commissioner Spring. So this list that's in front of you today, this list request is for a specific hunting seasons, deer, antelope, elk, for specific hunting units. We have had other entities, or we have had a specific individual organization that will also buy lists. Oftentimes, for example, you have I'll just say, for an example, a pheasant hunting operation that's looking for a list of small game hunters. And they go through that process in front of you as well. So this list will be somewhat unique because they're asking for specific hunting units in those hunting seasons. So these names could have been on other lists before that someone or some entity may have received, but not exactly the same, because they are specifically asking. You can see the map with your documentation there of the hunting units that they are requesting. Now, again, these names could have certainly been in other lists and prior requests by other individuals or organizations or entities in previous years. So yes, I would say it would be quite possible that some of these individuals would have been on other lists before. This one is just very specific and unique to these hunting units for these hunting seasons.
Sure.
Yes,
I got a question for Nick. Will they get the $100 approved exception fee or the 100 per thousand minimum, whichever is greater?
Through the chair, Commissioner Kirkby, there was no request to waive that fee or to request the amended fee. So the default here would be the normal fee unless the commission would choose to do otherwise here.
Okay, thank you.
any other questions or discussion?
Commissioner Whitmire, I'm familiar with some of the lists we've had, and with outfitters and whatnot. This being kind of a retail item, I mean, it feels like it's just to have that discussion. Is this kind of a first to, where it's an actual commodity being marketed, with the lead-free bullet? Just in your memory of things, have we ever had that where there's a commercial item and be it a different type of, it's just a different family, I guess, of what we've approved in the past. I think
Director Kirschman?
Yeah, through the chair, Commissioner Whitmire, I don't recall that a list has been specific to an item. Now, please understand also the impetus behind this request and this list is to provide information about lead-free ammunition and the reasons for using lead-free ammunition, so on and so forth, to inform and educate those hunters. But then what comes with it, they are offering up that, I believe it's 1 box of ammunition with that, if you choose to accept that or would want that. The primary thing that's going to be, the list is going to be used for is to send out the information to those selected hunters in those units, the information about using lead-free ammunition. So it's more about, I would offer up to you, the education, information sharing is step number 1 of it. That would be the primary thing for us in providing that list so they can share that information. And when they share that information, they will provide that offer. And then it's going to be up to those individuals to decide if they want to go that next step from that box of ammunition from those organizations. But
Any further comments, discussion, questions? All right, hearing none. We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor of accepting the petition signify by saying aye. Opposed? It is passed. All right, next we're going into item number 5, the budget approval. Callan Donald. Where did she go? There she is. You're gonna tell us all about numbers.
I sure am.
All right.
Yes.
And for the commission, this is number 5 in your index there, if you don't know it.
All right, good afternoon, commissioners, Mr. Chair, Callan Donald, Deputy Finance Officer for the Department of Game Fish and Parks. Today I'll be presenting our FY 2027 budget. This budget will begin on July 1st here. And following this presentation, the agency will be requesting the commission to approve the budget for our 3 informational centers, which is a yearly action item. All right, so we will begin with a quick overview of our agency's budget structure. GFP has 6 general bill centers. 3 of these are informational, which includes wildlife, wildlife development and improvement, and snowmobile trails. These are the budgets that the commission has the authority to set. The other 3 centers are non-informational and include administration, parks and recreation development and improvement, and these budgets are set by the legislature in March. I'll wait for the presentation here. All right, there we go. Like I said, the 3 on the right, those are the informational ones. We'll be asking for the commission for approval on those today. The 3 on the left there, those are set by the legislature, which is set in March. All right, next, this slide shows the GFP budget cycle. The process begins internally as we review each division's needs for the upcoming fiscal year and align budget with anticipated expenses. Usually in July or August, the commission's budget subcommittee meets to finalize the department's request. From there, the request goes to BFM and the governor's office for review. The governor announces his recommendations in December, and then the legislature sets the final recommended budget in March. And the last step in the process brings us to today, where we ask the commission for final approval of our informational budgets. All right, so before we get into all the fun numbers here, I want to point out the rolling budget reports that are in your commission book. There are 7 reports total. The first page is an agency-wide summary, which looks like this one on the screen here. The next 3 pages are the informational budgets, which we'll be asking you to approve today. The final 3 pages are the non-informational budgets and was set by the legislature in March. Each page includes more in-depth details on personal services, operating expenses, historical expenses, and the funding of each general bill center. On the next few slides, I will be highlighting the key changes for fiscal year 2027. These slides will reflect the same information as these reports do, just in a different format. Okay, so this slide shows the agency-wide summary for 2027. Additional details can be found on page 1 of the budget report. The top table on this slide compares the budgets between fiscal year 2026 with the GFP's original FY 27 request. The original agency's request is what the commission budget subcommittee approved in August. As you can see, the department had originally requested a reduction in general and federal funds, as well as an increase in other fund authority, which gave the budget a net increase of about 2%. The second table breaks out all the changes the legislature accepted and includes subtotals on the bottom to show the changes in the proposed budget. On the second table, there are highlighted green rows. The highlighted green rows show the items added by the legislature that were not in the agency's original request. The only changes from the original request that is highlighted in green is for a 1.4% salary policy that was adopted statewide and an adjustment for Bid Bureau billings that was also adopted statewide. The next 5 adjustments shown that are not highlighted reflects what the budget subcommittee approved, which includes a reduction for GFP's annual bond payments, an adjustment to the Parks Division's capital project budget, an adjustment to the Division of Wildlife's operations, a reduction to the Wildlife Capital Project budget, and lastly, a budget alignment for Parks Division. As you can see, the difference between the two tables is about $640,000. This is again due to salary policy and bureau billings that the legislature proposed. With that, these changes for the final FY 27 budget is $133,449,677, which is an increase of about 3.2 million or 2.4%. It's a lot of numbers there. It's good. All right, so now we will move to our 3 informational budgets that we will be asking the commission to set today. More detailed information for these 3 can be found on pages 2 to 4 in the rolling budget report. First informational center is the wildlife budget, which covers habitat, access, fisheries, law enforcement, animal damage control, education, and other wildlife operations. The top table shows the agency's original budget request. The second table on the screen shows the legislative adopted version. The green portion highlighted reflects the additions for salary policy and bureau billings, which is about $380,000. The other adjustments not highlighted in green is what the subcommittee approved last summer, which aligns wildlife operations with anticipated expenses. The total net increase when compared to fiscal year 2026 is about $2 million and brings the total wildlife budget to $67,104,633. All right, so the second informational item is the Wildlife Development and Improvement Center, which covers projects in the wildlife division such as dams, fisheries, hatcheries, habitat projects, ranges, and others. This center has no salaries and is only for development and improvement. There were no changes to the agency's original request, so the budget remains at $9,100,000 for FY 27. And last informational center is Snowmobile Trails. While we did not originally request any changes, salary policy and bureau billings added about $7,000, giving us a total fiscal year 2027 budget of $1,503,607. All right, so those were our 3 informational budgets that we'll be asking for your approval today. But before we do that, I kind of want to give you guys just a quick overview of our other budgeted centers here. These can be found on pages 5 to 7 of the rolling budget reports. So starting with administration, this includes the commission, secretary's office, finance, engineering, property management, and the communications and marketing team. The only changes are salary policy and bureau billings, which is about an increase of $36,000. The final budget is $4,394,242. Next center is Parks and Recreation, which includes the operational expenses for our state parks, recreation areas, educational efforts, and much more. Looking at the second table on the slide, we see adjustments for salary policy, bureau billings, a funding alignment, and a slight reduction in bond payments. The legislature set this budget at $34,923,595. And last is the Parks and Recreation Development Improvement Center, which covers projects like cabins, lodges, and picnic shelters, and much more. And this does not include salaries. There were no changes from our request. The legislature set this budget at $16,426,600. All right, so one more thing I want to highlight is the changes from the agency's original request. This slide breaks out these changes by division. In total, the adjustments added about $647,000. This is less than 1% of our overall budget. So the impact is relatively small. The agency and the subcommittee normally plan to use a 3% salary package when we build our funding forecast, which explains why we're able to absorb these changes this year. However, the bigger challenge isn't these changes, It's the ongoing decline in Pittman-Robertson federal funds. If that decline continues, we may have to consider future budget adjustments that could affect habitat work and other programs that rely heavily on PR funding. The department is already developing an action plan to address these reduced federal funds, as this will remain an important issue to watch on the upcoming budget cycles. On a good note, the department-wide fee package that was authorized by the GFP Commission back in 2025 came at the perfect time. The additional revenue from the fee package gives the department flexibility when federal funding becomes volatile. And that concludes our overview of the FY 27 budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, and I will stand by for questions.
All right, everybody's heard a lot of numbers. Questions? Right.
Yeah, Commissioner Whitmire, yeah, thank you. I think you answered my question with the first slide with the reduced request for federal funds.
Mhm.
Is that because the PR dollars just simply aren't there and we're requesting as much as we're still requesting as much as we can, it's just that it's a lower amount because of that?
Mhm.
Okay, that was my assumption. I just,
Yep, through the chair. So here at GFP, we try to align our budget as close as we can with what we're expecting to use for federal dollars and other fund dollars there. So that alignment there was because of the reduction of PR dollars. We've seen a significant decrease since 2023 there. So at GFP, we really try our best to align the budget with where we're gonna spend.
thank you.
Commissioner Sprang.
I was just wondering, what is causing that drop in the PR dollars? Is it just not the sales, or is the government cutting back on it?
Through the chair, so PR dollars is heavily volatile, just depends with how much like ammo is getting bought. I know that our director of wildlife, he probably has a better information on that than I do, so I'll refer to him.
Director
Through the
Kirsch.
chair. Commissioner Spring, yes. So when you look at the Pittman Robertson funds, the PR dollars that we are talking about here, that is a direct result of less production sales of guns and ammunition over the last couple of years in particular. So when we submit, or we are asked to submit license sales, because that's one of the items that are used to calculate the number or the level of PR dollars that come to South Dakota, and then it's also based on land mass. But then they have their formula, the Fish and Wildlife Service has their formula applied to all of the excise taxes that are collected from across the country. Those excise tax, again, based on for guns and ammunition by the producers of them, the big companies, the Remingtons, the Federal, so on and so forth. But it's a direct result of fewer excise dollars available. So when they apply the formula that determines how many PR funds we get, that has continued to go down and down because of the overall sales have gone down and down in the last couple of 3-4 years in particular.
Yeah, you may want to just add one thing, so everybody understands the fiscal year we're dealing with here versus how it's commensurate to the PR funds and.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, what we are doing, we are asked to submit license sales that we have. But what happens is there's essentially almost a 2-year lag in between the time that we get our portion and what license sales that we provide. So our next time that we will be told what our next apportionment of PR funds will be this November. And that'll be our initial apportionment, and then they give our final dollar apportionment come about February, March timeframe, somewhere right in there. That is actually determined by license sales that would have occurred back in 2005. So there's almost a year and a half, or 24, there's almost a 2-year lag of license numbers that they use. So one positive thing for us, our license sales have remained strong. And we've seen some small increases in our license sales, so that will bode well for us moving forward. The real question will be is truly though, what is the amount of sales that occurred for guns and ammunition from a PR perspective that will be available when they apply the formula to determine our apportionment.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bartley. Callan, can you on the bit, increase, is that gonna be an ongoing thing budgetarily? Cause I know BIT is making a lot of changes across statewide government, but is that gonna be an ongoing thing in future budgets as well?
Through the chair, yes, that is an ongoing budget item there, and it was adopted statewide, so whenever they have an adjustment, all agencies experience it, so yes, that, portion was adopted, ongoing.
Any other questions? All right, as I understand this, what you're bringing to us, we can do in one motion,
Yes,
which is actually, it would be the 601, the 620, and the 621. Is that correct?
it would be, 610, 612, and 622.
Oh, so, okay,
Yep.
all right. So I would entertain a motion that we accept the budget.
Motion to approve the.
All right, motion by Bartling. Second by Teal. Any further discussion on the budget? All right, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, the budget is approved. Thank you. All right, we're gonna move into the staff introductions and Director of Parks first. Okay, Mr. Van Meter.
Thank you, Chairman Cole, Commissioners, Secretary Rowland, that's somebody asked me something, sorry about that. Anyway, yeah, I have two staff I want to introduce this month. The first one is, by the way, Jeff and Meter, Director of Parks and Recreation. First one is Jeremy Boya, he's our new park technician at Lake Louise Recreation Area. We have a picture of our two staff up here. Jeremy being the one on the left, obviously. Jeremy comes from, excuse me, we got those pictures actually turned around. Jeremy would be the one on the right, the fellow with the beard. That is Jeremy. Anyway. Jeremy comes from Sandusky, Ohio, and moved to Miller, South Dakota to be closer with his family. He has been married to his beautiful wife for 23 years, and they are currently raising their grandson, Zane. They spent a lot of time with Zane in nature. Jeremy comes with a strong background in construction and maintenance, spending over 25 years in construction, working on public infrastructure. He's done everything from landscaping to electrical work to running large equipment. He is a huge fan of hunting and fishing, and his passion lies with the outdoors, so he'll fit right in. We're thankful to have Jeremy on board. Miller area is a tough area for us to find people in. Lane Arthur is our second new staff member. Lane started May 11th as our new service forester in Custer State Park. Lane double majored in wildlife biology and parks, tourism, and recreation management. Now, by my luck, that's about 3 different majors, but anyway, from the University of Montana. He's recently completed his master's degree in ecology at Utah State University. Growing up in Custer, he has spent countless hours in Custer State Park developing his passion for the outdoors and interest in habitat conservation. Lane's professional experience includes an internship with Game Fish and Parks, as well as work with U.S. Forest Service, Yellowstone National Park, and numerous wildlife and habitat research projects throughout the western states. We're excited to have Lane on board and look forward to his knowledge and enthusiasm that he brings to Team GFP. Those are my two new employees.
All right, Director Kirschman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom Kirschman, Director of the Wildlife Division. I have one staff I'd like to introduce today. And that new staff member is Brandon Welker. I believe Brandon is on. We're gonna.
There we go. Now we should be there. Turn your camera on, please.
Mike Gazera, was that you speaking or was that for you, Brandon? We could hear. You.
Yeah, no, that was me. We're using the Teams room at the sporting complex, but it's the camera is not wanting to function, but the microphone is.
All right, while you're working on your camera, I'm gonna continue to introduce Brandon if you don't mind, and hopefully you'll get that up and running, but want to introduce Brandon to you all today. He is our newest member out at the Peatling and Sons Shooting Sports Complex as an education and operations specialist. Brandon has a very unique background. He comes to us from the United States Air Force after 20 years of service, and we thank Brandon for his commitment and years of service in the armed forces for the United States. Interesting enough, he was involved in operations, training, and development procedures. And for about a decade, he spent approximately 280 to 320 days per year out of country. So that is quite a commitment, not only to our country, but to he and his family as well. His wife, Courtney, and Brandon moved to South Dakota from the state of Washington. They have an 8-month-old son, Elliot, and he is finally having some time to actually enjoy some of the hobbies that Brandon enjoys doing now that he is retired, which include shooting sports, hunting, fishing, and home improvement projects. So we're extremely excited to have Brandon on at the Peatling and Sons Shooting Sports Complex. He's going to bring a lot of expertise and a lot of experiences that we look forward to him sharing. And it is certainly nice. And I would ask that you all join me in welcoming Brandon to the Division of Wildlife out at our shooting sports complex out near Rapid City, South Dakota.
All right, thank you and welcome, Brandon. All right, next on our agenda is the public hearing, the open forum, of which we are going to try to make close to the time it's published, which is 2 o'clock. So we're going to move ahead on the agenda, and we are going to move next to the proposals, which is number 9. And I'm going to call on Mr. Andrew Norton.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, Commissioners, Secretary Roebling. My name is Andrew Norton, Wildlife Program Administrator based out of Rapid City. So today I have a few proposals, the first of which is general provisions specifically related to the definition of a buck and a bull. This is chapter 410600. So this department recommendation would be up for a proposal if the commission agrees today, and then would go through 30 days of public comment and up for finalization in Webster next month, July 9th and 10th. This change would begin in 2026. It's mostly an artifact of something we've wanted to change for a while, but has been mostly unnecessary. It's a rule cleanup with the change that the commission made last month to switch the statewide archery and muzzleloader any deer tag types to buck only. That is going to result in a lot of bucks that are harvested at the beginning of September that still have velvet on their antlers. The current definition for a buck and a bull in rule is a polished antler. So a velvet antler would not be considered a polished antler. And what we wanted to do was not make those hunters in violation if they do happen to harvest a velvet antlered buck at the beginning of September. We also do see velvet antlered bucks later in the season with animals that are recovering from hemorrhagic disease and other issues in which they don't shed their velvet. So simply just a rule cleanup to 4106000102 to strike the word polished. That would be subsection number 1 and 2. And then Deputy Secretary Simpson also pointed out that rule number 8 is redundant and that we don't need the definition of a mule buck, since buck is already defined and a mule deer or whitetail deer aren't specifically defined in rule. So with that, can certainly take any questions, but the department recommendation for agenda item number 9 would be to move forward and approve this proposal to strike the word polished and then strike subsection number 8, the definition of a mule buck from rule.
Any questions, member of the commission? We have a motion by Teal to approve. Do we have a second? Second by Bartling. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, that's passed. You can move on, Andrew.
Thank you very much. So the next agenda item, number 10, will have several different sections. This all related to the turkey hunting seasons. There's 3 turkey hunting seasons. There's the spring Custer State Park season, there's the spring prairie turkey season, and then the fall turkey season. Those would be the first 3 action sheets that would involve potential rule changes. And then the 4th one, as you've seen with many of these seasons, would be administrative action, just an informational item this month on the recommended number of licenses that would be out for public comment for 30 days and then would be reviewed by the commission at the July meeting in Webster to finalize license numbers via administrative action. So the first item among these 4 different action items that involve the turkey hunting season is the most simple and straightforward. This is the Custer State Park Spring Wild Turkey Hunting Season, Chapter 4106-15. This is a 2-year recommendation, as we have with most hunting season recommendations. The season in Custer State Park is a little different than the rest of the prairie dates. It starts April 24th. That matches up with the Black Hills season, which is a couple weeks later than the rest of the prairie. The reason being to minimize disturbance to the early part of the breeding season for the turkey season. So that starts a little late in Custer State Park. That would be the 4th Saturday in April. Same again as Black Hills. And then different from the Black Hills season, Custer State Park actually ends early on May 23rd, the 4th Sunday in May, and that's to accommodate guests visiting the park around Memorial Day. It gets pretty busy and not wanting to have overlap with hunters and guests. Historically been a very stable season, right around 100 licenses, a great opportunity for hunters. I believe they need a few preference points and then they can obtain that license in Custer State Park for residents. I'll get to the license numbers, but there won't be a recommended change for the license numbers in that administrative action. But right now, just purely informational item, no department recommendation for any changes to the Custer State Park Spring Wild Turkey Hunting season. And I can take any questions on that season.
Any questions of the commission? Do we have a motion?
Move to itself.
Move to approve by Whitmire. Do we have a second? Second by Nyberg. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It is approved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So the second item, this one actually will have a department recommendation for a rule change for proposal. Similar to the next 2 items, the spring wild turkey hunting season and the fall wild turkey hunting season. First of which, spring wild turkey hunting season 4106-13. This is also a 2-year recommendation for the 2027-2028 spring wild turkey hunting season. A lot of different dates to go through in the table there. Maybe I'll just focus on next year's dates. The first of which would be the most of the spring units, April 10th to May 31st. That season starts a little bit earlier. As I mentioned, Black Hills, Custer State Park are different. They start the 3rd weekend in April to try to remove some disturbance for breeding birds. And then we have a couple units. We have a split season in unit 08A and 44A. And unit 58B, those are going to be 8A and 44A. I believe that's Lincoln County and Davison County are split to disperse hunters a little bit more evenly in those units. In 58B, that's a special hunting opportunity. That's earlier season dates for disabled hunters. And then also we have access permits that are required for archery and mentored hunters in Goodard State Park, Adams Homestead, and Nature Preserve. And I'll get to those with the license numbers as well, but those dates are a little bit different, in which they run from April 10th to April 30th. So a lot of different dates to keep track of there, but they're all laid out in this action sheet here. just a review of the license numbers from last season. Those will go through specific unit by unit in the administrative action item. Won't go through any specific requirements and restrictions for the spring turkey hunting season. We'll jump straight to the recommended changes on the next page, which there are two. The first of which, 4106-1302, that's just a rule cleanup that we've been doing for a lot of seasons, removing any reference to no hunting on federal property. There's no jurisdiction that Game Fish and Parks has on national park land or different areas. So removing that, such as Wind Cave National Park, from rule and allowing that federal landowner, whichever landowner we have in the unit, to determine whether people can access it for hunting. So specifically, that strikes the word Wind Cave National Park, Mount Rushmore National Memorial, and Jewel Cave National Monument. And those, the federal agencies there can determine if that's open to hunting, which we, from our understanding, assume that would still be closed. The second change, more of a substantive change. This is a unit boundary change in northeastern South Dakota, right by Watertown, to split what was historically a combination of Day County and Cottington County, Unit 22A, split that into the county-specific units. So now Day will be a separate unit and Cottington will be a separate unit, trying to get hunters dispersed based on proximity to Watertown. They tended to stay in one county closer there to Watertown. You can see that in the figure there on the screen in the top right, 22A and 05A would be the two new units. That being the main substantive change, license numbers in tables 1 through 4. On the next page, just go through general statewide harvest, which has been relatively stable to increasing across the state. So relatively good news for turkey. And you'll see with the license number recommendation, not much changes there. Next two pages have the specific rule changes. I went through the striking of Wind Cave and Mount Rushmore and Jewel Cave, and then the adding of that unit to item number 4, Cottington County. And then I believe if you go down to item number formerly 1819, now was switching from Day and Cottington to strike Cottington. So with that, can take any questions, but this one would, based on our recommendation, require action by the commission to adopt this as a proposal.
Discussion? Motions? Commissioner Teal.
Andrew, was that 2 years ago when we changed the dates back in the Black Hills? 2 years ago. Is there a threshold where we might consider moving that back? I know we were hoping to see the population rebound and it seems to be headed in the right direction, but do you think that maybe be on the next cycle or somewhere in that range?
Through the chair. Yeah, our staff are looking at that very closely, a combination of factors that could have prompted what we expect for 2 years after that change of a population increase. In fact, the first year we made that change, it's made to minimize disruption during the breeding season. We saw a jump in harvest right away that first year, which is a surrogate to the population. So it wouldn't really make sense that the change in the regulation led to that population increase. It was just a higher harvest in the Black Hills that year. The following 2 years, I believe, we saw a jump in harvest. So if you go to table 1, you can see that exact change in 2023 when the change was made from 4,834 to 5,878. Excuse me, sorry, table 2. Where's the jump? The jump in harvest from 22 to 23 goes from 1,563 to 2,000. So that 2023 year, before there would have been any impact to breeding, we saw a jump in 33%. So what we think likely was going on in 23 and 24 is ideal conditions. We did have good moisture. We don't right now in the Black Hills, but we did for a while. And it was really good nesting conditions. So turkey populations were doing really well for 2 years. to your question of an indicator of when we might go back to align those dates, because it has caused some confusion, especially for Menard youth that can hunt earlier the rest of the state and they have to wait in the Black Hills. Would look at indicators to that population increasing in the Black Hills. Unfortunately, this year, there's been some talk that maybe the population isn't doing that great, but it's really early on. We still need to evaluate the spring turkey harvest in the Black Hills and do some more field work, get out there and determine if that population is doing well.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? We're gonna need a motion, correct?
Yes, Chair.
Anybody want to move to approve this? Motion by Whitmire, do we have a second? Second by Nyberg. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It is approved.
All right, a couple more items for turkey here. The third one being the fall wild turkey hunting season, 410614. Same structure with the 2-year recommendation here. That fall turkey hunting season is November 1 to January 31. Some opportunity for people out deer hunting or doing other outdoor recreation in the fall to pick up a turkey tag and harvest a bird. This is generally, which will be one of the recommended changes, a hunter can use a rifle that season because in the fall, birds are not going to come into calls like they do in the spring. What we define in the plan, which we're currently revising, but the current plan that we have for wild turkey is that the fall season is set up for hunting opportunity. And then in specific cases to mitigate potential depredation where turkey can cause problems in the fall. So for a relatively simple objective, we do have some fairly complex seasons, so that'll be the recommendation here to start to maybe simplify some of those seasons. In addition to enhancing opportunity where we can sustain some of that harvest without negatively impacting the populations. The fall turkey hunting season, different than the spring, is an any turkey license, so there are hens that are harvested in the fall, and that obviously is going to affect the population a lot more than just harvesting male birds, as they do for almost the entire harvest in the spring. So jumping right into the changes from last year, the first one, exact same as the spring, just to remove references to federal property closures. Those would remain closed, but again, they're under the authority of the federal or any of the landowners, such as any private landowner has the ability to restrict access. So we didn't want to include that in rules since that's outside of our jurisdiction. The second change, the second and third ones would be more substantive changes. I alluded to this being predominantly a rifle hunting season. That was all of West River. You could use a rifle, shotgun to harvest. You could use bow and arrow for the fall season. And then East River, there were some units in which you could use a rifle, some units in which you couldn't. Being that there's not any decoying or people calling turkeys in, there's less opportunity for it to be a safety issue in the fall hunting season. That's why the rifles are allowed. In addition to, I said, people are out deer hunting, so they likely have a rifle with them. They don't want to carry a shotgun and a rifle. So the recommended change would be to allow shotgun in all units. This would affect a lot of units. East River, you can see on the map in figure 1 there's maybe about a dozen units that are shaded gray that would be recommended to be open this fall. Those would all be open to rifle or shotgun. There'd be no restrictions, with one exception to Minnehaha County, with Sioux Falls being there, just kind of matching our deer hunting regulations where we have some limitations on weapons in Minnehaha County. The third change from last year would be, this is for the consistency and trying to simplify that fall season. We had some units that were different in the fall season and spring season and wanting to match those up. So the fall seasons are exactly identical to the spring season. The only difference would be the Black Hills, that being 85% public, a really big unit with a lot different habitat than the rest of the state. That would be the only unit with a different boundary in the fall and the spring. And if you scroll down a little bit, you can see the hashed out region of the Black Hills. That's the closed portion of the Black Hills unit in the fall. So it basically would just reference the spring turkey units with the exception of the Black Hills. Similar harvest tables, table 1, 2, and 3 on the next page. Last 10 years of harvest for the fall turkey season. The Black Hill season, and then that Mentor turkey season. In the fall, the secretary had to correct me on this. The mentored season is only open in units that have licenses available. So when we have 0 licenses, mentor hunters cannot hunt there, and that'll be important when it comes to the license change recommendations. If you go from 0 to 10 or 10 to 0 licenses, you either open or close a unit for a mentor hunting opportunity. So with that, next page is just the specific rule changes. I went through those, but they have all the strikes and the addition to administrative rule. Really nice that we can clean up those units with basically striking every unit definition there and just referencing the spring turkey hunting units. With that, can take any questions, but this, similar to the spring season, would require action to approve the proposal if the commission agrees with the recommendation.
All right, any questions of the commission? Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Bartling. Second by Teal. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Both same sign. That has passed. Are you good?
Thank you. One more is just a informational item for the turkey license numbers that would be up for public comment for the next 30 days. All right, thank you. So, starting right away with the supportive information, the recommendation is to decrease spring turkey licenses by 2% and decrease fall licenses by 6%. Some units that I referenced that might turn on or off, Gregory County fall turkey season would be closed and Millette County would be closed. And then Hughes County would be opened based on the license recommendations in these following tables. So the first 2 tables, the one on the screen right now is for the spring turkey season for the next 2 years. Those highlighted rows would be the units in which there's a change to what the licenses were last year. There's 5 units with an increase, Brookings, Dual, Fall River, Grant, and Hughes, and there's 7 units with a decrease. Bennett and Sanborn counties would close, so there'd be no spring turkey hunting in Bennett and Sanborn with the exception of archery, which is open statewide. Gregory, Perkins, and then the combined county of Hamlin and Clark would be a reduction in licenses there from anywhere from 30 to 50%. In those units, staff are seeing maybe some declines in turkey numbers and wanting to be a little bit conservative, even though those are male-only licenses for the spring. The next table on the following page has the specific license types. Most of those are single tom turkey licenses, but there are some units such as Hawken, Meade, that have 2 tom turkey licenses, 2 tags on 1 license. The last section right below the table goes through our other seasons. As I mentioned, spring archery turkeys male only. There's no recommendation to change that, 1 per individual for residents and non-residents. Those are over the counter, so anyone can pick those up. And that excludes Custer State Park, the only exclusion in the state. Some areas that require limited access permit for either archery or mentored youth in the spring or Good Earth State Park, that would be 5 access permits. And then Adams Homestead and Nature Preserve has 30 archery permits or 20 mentored youth. So in addition to having either the archery license or the mentored youth license, an individual would need to apply for and obtain one of those limited access permits that are no cost. The next table, fall turkey hunting seasons, both of these fit on 1 page since there's fewer units. Again, the yellow highlights the changes. The first table has the percent change in either licenses or tags, and the second table is the tag type by unit. There was an increase in 3 units. Hughes would be opened up in the fall, going from 0 licenses to 10 licenses, and then just an increase in license numbers for Grant and Jackson County. And then 4 units would have a decrease. Gregory and Millette would be closed, respectively 50 in Gregory and 25 in Millette going to 0. And then Perkins and the Black Hills would be a reduction in fall turkey licenses. The map on the next page will show those units for the fall turkey season. Certainly happy to take any questions. No required action today, but we can provide more information, but we'll certainly solicit public comment the next month and come to the commission with a recommendation for administrative action next month.
Any questions of Mr. Norton from the commission? All right, thank you, sir. All right, we've got just a few minutes left before our public portion, so we're gonna go on to action item number 13. Number 13. And we have Mr. Canta available.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry about that. I was actually making some notes and distracted there for a minute, so glad to be up. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission and Secretary Roebling. John Canta, I'm the terrestrial section chief for South Dakota Game Fish and Parks. And the next item that we'll be addressing is the big game depredation hunts and an associated resolution for the commission to look at. So I'll just talk a little bit about pool hunts and so our wildlife damage staff, in particular our wildlife damage specialists, are typically addressing damage complaints. And a lot of times these are when we're having a harder winter and we're seeing wildlife congregate, and a lot of times they're hitting stored feeds and things of that nature. And so our wildlife damage staff, our wildlife damage specialists have a bunch of tools that they can use to address these requests for service. Of course, we have Stackyards, which is a very popular and successful program that we offer to help protect those stored feeds. We do some hazing, food plots, fencing, netting. We've got a lot of tools in the tool bag, including pool hunts. But I would also like to point out, we have the regular season. So that's our best tool and really most cost-effective tool. So we try to issue, the licenses needed that we think will address or be, need to be available to address those wildlife population numbers, so that we don't end up with a situation that we need to take it to the next level. So we do try to address it as much as possible with the regular season and licensed hunters. But certainly we have all those other tools in the tool bag, and we have and do use those, including pool hunts. Now, pool hunts, typically we're using those as a kind of a last resort or more of a precise kind of a address to the issue. And what these are is an opportunity for the department to open a hunt on private property in a very specific area. And so again, a lot of times we're dealing with wildlife that are congregating over winter in big groups and hitting, one or two or a few private properties. Now, typically with low populations, like for example, deer right now, we're not seeing a lot of issues, and we've had mild winters as well. So that's certainly, while we're not seeing moisture and would like to have that, it does, on the other side, allow for us to have less work and see less of those requests for service in those situations when we have mild winters. We have used pool hunts very sparingly, and honestly, in the last several years have had just one or two pool hunts that have popped up. These were for deer. We haven't in the last couple of years. It's been a pretty manageable and slow, and we've been able to address these requests for service with our other wildlife damage tools. So just a couple of specifics on the pool hunts. For elk, we can run a pool hunt, or what statute and rule says is that a pool hunt can be offered anytime during the year outside of the regular season. It's a bit different for the other species. So for turkey, pronghorn, deer, the other species, it would be August 15th through March 31st the following year that rule allows for pool hunts to be offered. What we do is each about December, we send out a notification or an email requesting folks to apply to be put on the pool hunt list. And so folks can go online, enter their information in and be put on the list in the event that we do need to offer a pool hunt or use that tool. When we put those together, we then take that list, randomize it, and use that to contact potential hunters and execute the pool hunt. The way that it works is that we'll visit with that particular landowner, get them to sign an agreement, work on all the particulars at the ground level. That goes up through supervisors and ultimately to Secretary Roebling to sign and approve those individual pool hunts. And if those are approved, then of course we work with that landowner to get those hunters out there and work on that request for service. In most all of the cases, these are not intended to manage populations. It's intended to put some pressure on those animals, haze them, if you will, and push them. And again, typically it's off of stored feeds. You're coming into and congregating in areas with stored feed. So they're, again, not meant to be, to significantly impact population numbers, more just to provide a kind of a precise response to that request for service. So the current resolution that the commission adopted in 2023 will end here at the end of 2026. And so what we have in front of you today is a resolution that would authorize Secretary Roebling or the Secretary of Game Fish and Parks to issue no more than 600 permits and an additional 200 landowner operator permits for each species of deer, antelope, and turkey per year, and then no more than 100 permits per year for elk. So it would be an up to that this would authorize Secretary Roebling to approve on an annual basis. And so, yeah, I'd certainly take any questions or discussion, but we would ask that the commission, if they're in favor of this resolution, please take action to pass it.
All right, any questions of the commission? Commissioner Bartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bartling, and this might be more for the secretary then. Prior to the issuing of these type of licenses, do the officers out there perhaps use gates or the panels and whatnot prior to that, before the actual issuance of a hunt permit? Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, this is Captain Secretary of Game Fish and Parks. Yes, absolutely, we do have a staged, I would say, level of request for service, a staggered level of request for service. The first being stored feeds. If that's an issue, we will put paneling up. We will try to do some short stop feeding at times, or just overall deterring those animals from occupying the area. If those repeated measures are deemed unsuccessful, then we'll go into more of this depredation pool hunt. Before that, though, if we can get the landowner enrolled in a public access program and we know it's a chronic area, that's the best way to address a wildlife damage area in particular. Get hunters in there before the issue even comes to fruition, in a sense. So lots of different scenarios that all kind of take a different solution. But this tool here that John's talking about, we use it very limited. I think in the course of my 5 years of being secretary, I can count on one hand how many depredation pool hunts we have done in the last 5 years in particular.
Any further questions of the commission? If not, this is an action item, so we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Bartley. We have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a second. All right. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, the resolution is passed.
Thank you.
And thanks, John. You need a couple minutes. We're gonna take just 5 minutes here before the public comment to get some people into the room. So you need to run to the restroom quick. Right ahead. We're in recess.
Recording stopped.
the time for the.
Recording
public
in
hearing. The open
progress.
Forms of public hearing will be first, and I will turn this over to Nick.
Thank you, Vice Chair, Cole. As a reminder to members of the public, this is the opportunity now to address the commission solely on the finalization that they will be voting on today, which is on the youth mentor and apprentice year finalizations. You will be limited to 3 minutes in whatever comments you wish to make. I will be keeping track of that time. I will let you know when you reach your 3 minutes, at which point we do need to wrap up your comments. Is there anyone present in person here today who wishes to address the commission on youth mentor and apprentice year finalizations? Seeing no one, is there anyone present virtually who wishes to address the commission on the youth mentor and apprentice year finalizations? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing no one there either, Commissioner Cole, then we can end the public hearing portion and with your leave move to the open forum portion. As a reminder to our members of the public, this too is a portion of the meeting where you are limited to 3 minutes in your comments to the commission. However, you can address them with whatever matters you believe are important or pertinent. I will, of course, keep track of that 3 minute timer and let you know when that time is up. We'll first hear from Tim Goodwin.
We'll go. Oh, I'm just gonna grab the mic. Grab it.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Game Fish and Parks Commission and staff, Secretary Roebling and your staff. I just came here today to talk about one thing in particular. Before I do that, I just wanted to mention that, we just went through a really tough primary election. We had 4 governors that, just fought it out. I thought it was terrible the way everybody acted, and what does that do for our young people when we all act that way? But I don't subscribe that South Dakota's broke. I think this is the nicest state in the country, and I don't have to live here. I can live any place. And I think because, and my thing is I hunt and I fish every day. Even during session, I hunt and fish. I skip what meetings, I do everything, so, but anyway. And it's because of the commission and Secretary of Game Fish and Parks is that this state is unbelievable. And for people to sit there and act like this state is broken really just ticks me off because we have a lot of stuff going for us. And if you don't believe it, just go to a boat dock someplace. Look at the Minnesota license plates, look at the Iowa license plates, Missouri license plates. They even come down from North Dakota just to fish here. I mean, in fact, there's more people at every boat dock, way more than there is South Dakota license plates on their trailers. And so that must tell you something. This is a special state. And it's because you guys, because of the commission, because the Secretary Roebling and his staff. And so I just wanted to say thank you for all that. So now that I got the stage set, Mr. Chair, if I could continue, there's just one thing that I wanted to have you consider, on muskie fishing. You can't keep a muskie. If you catch one, it's just catch and release. And if you could have it where you could keep one muskie, and you guys could, the secretary can decide 42 inches, 44 inches, whatever the biologists think is best, but it would just help. We have some lakes that are really starting to have some really nice muskies, and I'm not talking about tiger muskies, that's the cross. They have them in a lot of lakes. In fact, I've caught a couple out of Lake Thompson where I have a cottage, but they just came by Twin Lakes on Highway 81 and Hampton up by Aberdeen and Lynn Lake over by Webster. And so there's starting to be a pretty good fishery with that. But if we could just, if they catch one, you decide the slot limit, and if they could be able to keep it. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We'll hear next from Corey Hansen. Oh. Sorry. Yes, sir. Okay.
Corey Hansen, Brandon, South Dakota. I read in a good book one time in the left half, good quote, "The righteous care for the needs of their animals." It's in Proverbs left half of the book, so thank you for what you do to take care of our animals. Talking today about river otters and how they've become a problem in eastern South Dakota. I'm just gonna compare it real quick to the mountain lion problem we had years ago. In 2003, mountain lions were delisted. 2005, the first season allowed 5 females to be harvested. 7 years later, they allowed 70 females to be harvested, 1,300% increase. And I'm afraid that's what's gonna happen right now with river otters. Now there's 30 statewide to be allowed to be harvested. I have land by Brandon, South Dakota. In the last few years, we've had 3 families born with pups, in our second little pond by the interstate. In the last 3 months, they've harvested roadkill, 3 within 400 yards of our property. I appreciated the guy online talking about there's different tools for depredation for deer and I think the Game Fish and Parks needs another tool for the river otter problem. I don't understand why us landowners can't get depredation tags for river otters. I've been told, and I work with a lot of you, I should say, I talked to 7 different people this morning about this problem. And you have to show a loss in order to get a depredation tag yourself. And I'll tell you the loss that we've suffered through U.S. Fish and Wildlife on our own place. And this isn't a Corey Hansen problem. I have 3 other landowner neighbors that have given up stocking their ponds with fish because the river otters have decimated them. In fact, just today at 10 o'clock, we had $3,100 of fish brought in. Again, and all I have the pond for is for people, church youth groups come out, neighbors, friends, families, all kinds of groups in Sioux Falls area. Some people catch them to eat them. The last guy caught a few years ago got a 5-gallon bucket full to feed his family. U.S. Fish and Wildlife, we spent $24,000 to build the pond. I bought in $12,000 of fish the last 4 years, well, in the last 6-7 years to restock it. Every year the river otters decimate the fish and we have to start over. I put in an aerator and a $22,000 well, and today I was told, well, that's a smorgasbord buffet for river otters in the wintertime because they open water and fish. And every day we watch them come up and they'll kill 20 to 30 fish that you can research and see a day. They just kill to kill sometimes. They eat them, but kill them. Dakota Fisheries, where I buy these river otters from in Brookings, they just told me today that they lose 3 to 5 customers every single.
Sir, you appreciate 3 minutes to wrap up your comments.
Yeah, there's a lot of loss. They're losing over $10,000 a year because the river otters are decimating the ponds. I've left some notes for you guys. Appreciate you looking into this. I just think more needs to be done before, like I was told today, we have to crawl and then walk and then run. And just like mountain lions, and I just am afraid of crawling.
So you're 20 seconds over.
Yep, gotcha.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
We'll hear next from Tim Peters.
You hand out that back.
Thank you very much for your time here today. They're handing out a packet. I should introduce myself, Tim Peters. I represent the Mitchell Pheasants Forever chapter. And we have worked with Game Fish and Parks on 3 projects exclusively: Redstone by Artesian, Bitter Lake by Howard, and then Old Stickney Lake, where I grew up right across the road, and the packets are coming around. So you'll see the sign. We had a media day last year with over 60 in attendance, and I appreciate you, Kevin, for coming out to that. And the second page is shows over 2,000 trees that we planted on this footprint. Third page shows some water last year, and unfortunately, the last page shows the current state of that old WPA project. The WPA for us old timers stands for Works Progress Administration, not Wi-Fi Protected Access for the youngsters. But anyway, at our cost, we're proposing to go in there and do some working with a contractor and do some dredging, either making some islands or peninsulas to try to increase some water retention on that footprint. Now, in my humble opinion, this is a poster child for the 3 R's: the recruiting, retention, and reintroduction to people for hunting. We've invested over $50,000 into that footprint, and we're happy to invest more if we can try to retain some more permanent water. Keep in mind, the dam itself won't be altered. We just want to work with the tailwaters to try to retain some additional water. Brock at Public Lands has no opposition. Department of Ag and Natural Resources, obviously, no opposition. And the full board for Mitchell PF is in support of this project. And we're just asking for Game Fish and Parks to allow us to go in there and spend additional money to try to improve this project long term. On any given day, there's partridge, pheasants, ducks, deer, turkeys, and geese on that property. Cause I cultivate the trees, and I also mow between the rows, and I've seen all those species on any given day. So we're just trying to make your property better by spending some of the money that we work hard to raise. And I would open it up for questions.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
We'll hear next from Julie Anderson, who I believe is President Bertrand.
Can
Are you there, Julie?
can you hear me now?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Julie Anderson and I live in Rapid City. I am in opposition to the Youth Trapping Recruitment and Coyote Bounty Program for the following reasons. Bounty programs can't work, never will work. This is a quote from former South Dakota Game Fish and Parks biologist and now Vice President of the South Dakota Wildlife Federation, George Vendel. He goes on to further address the folly of this new bounty program. Instead, we have yet another $500,000 poured into a program with no federal match, no measurable biological return, and little credible scientific support. That is not stewardship, it is a political choice. South Dakotans deserve an explanation for why state leaders continue prioritizing political symbolism over measurable conservation results. Now, with the coyote bounty added to this program, this agency has upped the stakes in their battle of good wildlife versus bad. Real wildlife management is not that simple, but this agency continues to cater to small special interest group programs instead of real habitat work. Pennington County just awarded a TIF to a 192-acre area by Catron Boulevard for development. How many animals will be displaced and labeled bad wildlife when these new structures go up? Solving landscape fragmentation should be a conservation priority as development increases in the Black Hills. Game Fish and Parks states that controlling the coyote population is critical for both our agricultural and wildlife populations. The newly created Coyote Bounty Program will assist in the management of these predators to help protect newborn calves and lambs for the agricultural producer and enhance fawn survival for deer and antelope. Study after study proves these statements are false, and coyote populations only increase after bounty programs. Why is it that these studies are never brought up? In the present program's terms and conditions, it is stated that tails from young animals not capable of living away from their mother or young possum attached to their mother or living in the pouch are not eligible. What do you suppose happens what do you suppose the trappers and hunters will do with the young? Abandon them or worse? This is not recreation. This is unethical and cruelty in the worst way because it doesn't have to happen in the first place. Under the South Dakota Game Fish and Parks, our brand experience, it is stated, we want to be welcoming, inviting, relatable, and easy to understand. This is part of who we are and what we do for our brand. The #1 brand that conserves our state's outdoor heritage to enhance the quality of life for current and future generations. That's us. That's Game Fish and Parks. If this program is who you are, this agency needs to enact some major changes in its policy and start making science, real conservation, and wildlife.
Yeah, reach your 3 minutes, Julie. You need to wrap up your comments.
And wildlife, your brand, politics, or special interests. That's who you should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else present here in person today who wishes to address the commission? Seeing no one, is there anyone present virtually who wishes to address the commission? If so, indicate by raising your hand. Seeing no one, I turn things back over to you, Vice Chair.
Okay, we are gonna move on to the petitions number 7 and 8. And I will turn this over to Director of Wildlife, Tom Kirschman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom Kirschman, Director of the Wildlife Division. You do have two petitions listed on your agenda today, number 7 and number 8 in your commission booklet and agenda. Both of these petitions, 256, 257, were submitted by the same individual, Mr. Sal Roseland. And so again, just going over the process here, these two particular petitions do have, they're two separate petitions, but they have close ties as they are referencing the same rule essentially. The second petition makes reference to the first petition. So there is a direct correlation and tie between the two petitions in front of you. Let you determine if you want to take individual action on each petition, but it will require at minimum one action of either accepting or denying the petitions in front of you. I think the appropriate would be to allow Mr. Roseland, I don't know if he is on virtually, I believe he is, to speak to you first, and then I will follow up to you with some comments from the department itself. So Sal, if you can hear us, please introduce yourself and go ahead and speak to the commission on the petitions you have submitted, sir.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Mr. Secretary. We submit this petition on behalf of myself and the South Dakota Upland Outfitters Association Board and members, of which I am one of the founding board members of. The association represents 85 members, including both preserve and non-preserve outfitters, as well as hunting and fishing guides. I am a 5th-generation rancher in Southwest Falk County. I started R&R pheasant hunting in 2002 and have worked in the hunting industry and conservation world for over 25 years. We are requesting an addition to Rule 41090104, the tagging of bagged birds. The current rule requires department-issued serial tags to be attached to the harvested bird's leg, wing, or head prior to leaving the preserve and entering a public right-of-way. The tag is then cut off and put in the package after the bird is processed with the meat. The tagging system is used to identify and distinguish between birds that were harvested on a preserve and birds that were harvested off a preserve because of possession limits in our state. The requested addition that we're asking for today is that harvested birds may be transported directly to a lodge or cleaning facility not located on permitted acres prior to tagging it. All birds being transported were harvested on a preserve acres. No hunting may have occurred off the preserve acres. Birds are transported directly to the processing facility from the lodge. The birds are transported by the preserve operators or an employee. The birds must be accompanied by the necessary kill tags. The complete harvest information must be loaded into the private shooting preserve database supplied by the department prior to leaving the preserve acres. And 7th, the other transportation requirements as defined in 4109010401 must be followed. We are requesting this additional option to allow us basically to transport the birds only harvested on a preserve from the field to the lodge untagged. Then from the lodge to the cleaning facilities untagged. And the bird processor would then put the clean tag with the meat prior to final packaging and freezing. If the outfitter decides to use this process, they will not be able to have hunted off the preserve in that same day. They must also enter the harvest records into the GFP database that day. The reason why we're submitting this request is it will reduce the risk of dirty tags coming into contact with the meat during the processing, helping prevent potential contamination issues. This change will improve cleanliness, food safety practices, and most of all, operational efficiency, which while maintaining the full traceability through existing tagging and reporting requirements. And in closing, the request does not remove or weaken any current requirements. It simply adds a cleaner, more efficient option within the existing system. We worked with the lodges and bird processors to ensure the entire industry was represented and had a voice in this new petition request. Our preserve operators remain strong ambassadors for the state of South Dakota and the GFP. We ask you to pass this petition today, and we thank you, and I'll stand by for questions.
All right, thank you, Sal. Director Kirschman, do you want to take over?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Tom Kirschman, Director of the Wildlife Division. I think Sal did a very good job of explaining what their petition is and the request. You can see on the petition in your booklet that, I'll say that bottom half of the paragraph there, you can see those items are numbered out 1 through 7, which are asking for essentially that change that was described by Mr. Roseland. Again, what that request is basically asking for is a alternative for those folks that are harvesting those birds on those private shooting preserve properties that are enrolled and then listed under their private shooting preserve permit to be hauled back to the lodge or to the processor of their choice. If that means you are leaving the private shooting preserve, those tags would be with them. They would be unmarked at that time. And then once they are processed, then the tags would be inserted into the vacuum sealed packages upon cleaning. This was an item that we discussed internally quite extensively between folks that run the private shooting preserve program. Our law enforcement staff had conversations about it all the way up with administration. And we believe that as this petition is outlined, that this would certainly work. As Mr. Roseland said, this is not going to be for every preserve operator. In fact, I'm probably estimating there will be fewer versus more that would use this option just based on most of the preserve operators have their cleaning right there on their property, which is contained right within their private shooting preserve acres. And again, this would only be available for an operator on that particular day where all the birds are harvested from the private shooting preserve lands that are enrolled underneath their permit. Please understand there are preserve operators that have their private shooting preserve acres, but then there are moments or part of a day where they will also take hunters on other land that are not part of their preserve. They have to keep them separated for record keeping to understand which ones are preserved birds, which are off preserve. And in this particular case, as Mr. Roseland described as well, this would only be available if those birds are all harvested and that are being transported on a private shooting preserve permit. So the lands that are specifically identified within their permit themselves. And that would give that ability to haul them to the lodge and or the processor without being tagged, but the tags would accompany them, then the processor would insert them at that facility. So we do believe that certainly an approach that can work. And for that reason, we would ask that you entertain this petition and move it forward for the rule promulgation process, which would then open it up to additional public comment through a public hearing. And we would put out a public notice for you like we do with all other rules. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to you. Should you have any other further questions for us?
All right, commissioners, any questions, whether Mr. Roseland or Tom?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Barton here. And this could be for Mr. Roseland or Director Kirschman. taxidermists, taxidermy operations, would you view those as being quote unquote cleaning facilities? Cause I do think that can happen. Or those birds may go directly if that hunter wants, that bird mounted. Would that be deemed a processing facility?
I just looked at, Mr. Chair, looking at Commissioner Bartling here, looking at my law enforcement chief, he's shaking his head at me, no, so, and I was thinking the same thing. A taxidermist permit is different than a facility or a processing facility, right? Obviously, if they're gonna haul a bird to a taxidermist, it will require a transportation permit, in that case, that tag, and then they will have their paperwork specifically for that bird at that facility to be going through the taxidermy process. What this is really talking about, though, Commissioner, are birds taken from the field, going to a game processing facility to clean the birds, where then they can get those packaged birds that have been processed and send down the road with those hunters to their home destinations or wherever they're transporting those birds to.
Any other questions? So as a point of clarification, if we have a motion to move this forward, we're moving into a proposal stage, is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, you are correct. So if you adopt the petition, then you are accepting it for the rule promulgation process, which our next step as an agency would be to work with you, publish a public hearing notice that you would consider these rule changes at your next commission meeting and go through the public hearing and then make a final determination.
And also, if I'm correct, we would want to act on these individually, correct? Okay.
Probably the best thing to do, yes, is take separate action on the two petitions.
All right, commissioners, you understand? Anybody would like to make a motion?
Sure.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to adopt the petition in agenda item number 7 and to move forward.
And that would be the 256, correct?
Yes, sir. That is
Okay, we have a motion to adopt 256. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Nyberg. Woodmeyer, sorry. You guys are too quiet over there. All right, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of adopting petition 256, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It is adopted. And we could, do you want to speak more on 257?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman. I was just gonna suggest we'll go into your second petition.
Okay.
Desire.
All right.
And again, I think I'm gonna turn this over to Mr. Roseland to talk about this one. As I mentioned to you earlier, this petition has a direct connection and tie to the petition you just passed. So I would tell you up front, it makes very logical sense to move forward with this one as well, but I'll let Mr. Roseland speak on it first.
Sal, are you there?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We actually really considered these as the same petition, but the only thing in addition that I will say is that it is important to note with these two petitions that this is not a change to anything currently that we are that we are required to do with our transportation permit and in how we operate. This entire petition is just the is just an addition for the operators that want to participate in this and want to be able to improve the efficiency into their operations to be able to do that. So this is going, both petitions will be 100% optional to the outfitters and preserve operators.
All right, thanks, Sal.
So, Mr. Chairman, again, as Mr. Roseland described, if you look at this petition in the middle there, you'll see a sentence that has the star on each end of it. It basically, it adds that exception of what was just described in the first petition. If somebody wanted to take that approach of hauling them to that processing facility untagged, the steps they have to go through, have the tags that are with the cleaning facility then inserted in the packages once they are cleaned. So it adds that exception into this existing rule as tied and connected to that first petition, and we would recommend that based on specifically your adoption of that first petition, that you would do the same with this. Between now and your next commission meeting, then we will as a department work on further drafting those rules so we can show you exactly how they all lay out and tie together, and we have that more discussions at a time of your consideration of final adoption, but would suggest you move this forward for the rule promulgation process as well.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve, Nyberg.
Motion by Nyberg to approve. You have a second?
Second.
Whitmire seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
For the same sign. Motion has carried. It is adopted and we'll move on. You good, Tom? We're all good?
Yes.
All right, we are going to move on to number 12. The antelope survey license allocation. We've got Andy and Andrew. Andrew's here, I know. Is Andy a virtual Andy? Okay.
Back and forth, please won't finish. Andy is. And then, yeah, you should. Go ahead, Andy, we're ready for you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we've got it.
All right, great. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Secretary Roebling, Andy Lindblom here, and yeah, today I'm going to provide some updates on the status of pronghorn in the state and an overview of our season recommendations. So what I want to cover is, first I'm going to talk about how the last two hunting seasons went, or the last few hunting seasons went. And I want to talk about some of the surveys that we do. Then we'll go over our population objectives for each one of our units. And then I'll end with some season recommendations for proposal. So just looking at harvest here over the quite a few years here, this is our total pronghorn harvest. Last year, we harvested about 24 individuals. You can see here, pretty conservative harvest here the past few years. We are in the rebuilding phase. Looking at our different seasons there, that chart there, you can see the buck harvest broke out by different seasons. Obviously, the bulk of our harvest does come from the firearm season, but archers have been harvesting quite a few here these past few years as well. Important part of this graph and of the chart, as you can see, is we had no doe harvest last year nor the year before. Now we have made some changes in the archery hunting season the past few years, so I wanted to go over a few of those. In 2022, we did change the any antelope licenses to buck only. Some concerns about population growth. We wanted to limit that doe harvest. And then in 2023, after we heard some concerns about non-resident pressure on our pronghorn herds, we did restrict those normal archery licenses that are good on public and private land to 450 for our non-resident archers. And we also created a private land only license, which was unlimited. And you can see the effects on the trend in license sales there for archery pronghorn here. The lower line there is our non-resident license sales. It did have an impact, those regulation changes we made on license sales. We've been holding steady just slightly below 1,000 there. Our residents, you can see the increase in resident archery license sales there. But since about 2000, we've been bouncing around that 2,000 archery resident licenses. Now looking at our herd composition data, now we do these herd composition surveys for deer and elk as well, as you may recall. But these are surveys we do in the fall. They're from the ground.
And this is where we get our estimates of age and sex ratios. So we get those buck to doe ratios and those fawn to doe ratios. Last year in 2025, staff did a really good job and classified over 6,200 individuals out there. So we got a really good sample to estimate ratios, and our estimate of fawn to does in 2025 was 50 fawns per 100 does. And you can see that is down from our overall statewide average, unfortunately, but it's good that we quantified that. And of course, we can account for that when we consider license numbers. Our buck to doe ratios, which I don't have up here, but our buck to doe ratios last year were about 40 bucks per 100 does. So those are holding pretty strong. Now we also do an aerial survey for pronghorn. We do that every other year. And this was a survey year. This is a fixed wing low level survey. So basically we're flying as low and slow as you can. It's conducted in the springtime. So we have a green background, a light colored animals. Animals are really visible for our biologists to count. It is a systematic design and we fly the entire primary range. So we get a really good sample of our pronghorn in the state. We're flying about a third of the range and then we extrapolate to the remaining 2/3. Last time we flew in 2024, our adult estimate was 27,000. Now, when we fly in the spring, we're only getting adults. Fawns haven't quite yet dropped, or the few that have dropped, a lot of them are still in the hiding phase. So this is just an estimate of adults. And then this year, good news. We have an increase in pronghorn population. Our estimate of adults is about 30,000. So what's that look like for trend over time? This is our adult estimate going way back to the 1990s. You can see the most recent peak we had in 2008. That's when we had a lot of pronghorn on the landscape there. And you can see we've been kind of rebuilding since then. And again, the good news is that curve is starting to go up. Now we do have objectives in the state. Our statewide objective, which is just a summation of our unit objectives. It's about 67,000 plus or minus 10,000 basically. That is a preseason estimate, so that includes fawns. And so obviously we don't know what fawn drop's going to be this year yet. So we're using a 3-year average to estimate what we're going to have this fall. But our estimate is we're going to have about 36,000 pronghorn on the landscape when the hunting seasons begin. Again, we are below objective, but we're heading in the right direction. So pronghorn are not evenly distributed across the range in South Dakota. We are on the eastern edge of the pronghorn range in the nation. We do have a lot more pronghorn the further west you go, but here you can see the distribution. This is the distribution of pronghorn in the state based on our spring aerial survey. And this is a really good distribution map. I do always want to make note that this is spring distribution. These animals do move around quite a bit, and this is not necessarily a great map to use to find hot spots in the fall hunting seasons. So pronghorn are unique in that we have data for every single unit as far as an abundance estimate. So we do have a numeric objective for all of our pronghorn units. And based on how that objective compares with what our estimate is, you can see what direction we need to go on all of our units. You can see a lot of our units here, they're dark blue. We still want to substantially increase numbers. We're well below objective, but we do have a couple light blue units this year, meaning we're starting to approach that objective. And then the green there means we're just about there. We're about where we want as far as pronghorn numbers go. So that's great news. So in summary, we still have a lot of units well below objective. And as you might recall in our action plan, our goal is to get to that objective as quickly as possible. Our aerial survey, we did document about a 12% increase in adults. So that's great news. And we do attribute that to mild winters and our regulation changes that we made the last few years and basically zero doe harvest. So our overall recommendation, and of course, Andrew Norton's going to go into the details of this, but we are recommending that you as a commission, we maintain current restrictive season regulations that we have in place right now. Recommend that we maintain the buck-only licenses for archery, firearm, as well as landowner on your own land. And we also are recommending to keep that youth season closed. You will see some slight adjustments in the unit firearm buck license allocation based on the aerial survey results. Overall, pretty minimal change, about a 1% increase in buck licenses. And based on the data we have, we are projecting that the population will continue to increase at about a 5 to 6% annual growth rate. And that's what I have for an update, and sure can stay around for any questions.
Any questions of the commission? And you've got some to add, correct? Okay.
Good afternoon again. Commissioner, Secretary Roebling, I'm Andrew Norton, Wildlife Program Administrator. And following up with the informational item that Andy presented there in regards to our antelope surveys, he mentioned pronghorn. Obviously, the full name is pronghorn antelope, but in administrative rule, it's defined as the antelope hunting seasons, chapter 4106-23, 4106-24, and 4106-25. We don't have much time for finalizing the license numbers for the antelope season. The reason being, Andy mentioned, we do that spring survey. We wait till we get adequate green up so we can count at least 85% of the pronghorn, which is an excellent amount of pronghorn that we count, similar to the elk survey, which we have high confidence in. But we need to wait on that till late spring, and then pronghorn is one of the earliest seasons that open in the fall. So we have a really tight turnaround to get those license numbers finalized here today after that aerial survey. So that's why we waited on this presentation till today and didn't share it last month, because the survey was just wrapping up then. So as Andy mentioned, great news that we did count 12% more antelope in this survey. We've been extremely conservative for the past 4 to 6 years in regards to harvest. Totally cut off doe and kid harvest, so that was at 0, and it's just buck harvest last few years. And we've been hoping on good weather conditions to have good fawn recruitment, decent overwinter survival, and hopefully that leads to some of this population increase that we're seeing. As Andy mentioned, still really conservative with the license increase, even though this is male-only harvest. Did not want to increase the licenses too much. Despite being 12% population increase, we're still 40% below that population objective statewide. In addition to looking at just the population, and usually we don't consider the buck harvest having a big impact on the population, but we are starting to look a little bit more at the buck harvest relative to the total population. And this gets more at maybe the hunt quality. We have a lot of those metrics for elk, like elk, we have an age structure metric. For deer, we have a 60% success threshold for any buck licenses, and then refuges, we have different rates, and muzzleloader, we have different rates. We don't have that for antelope, so we looked at that a little bit more closely. And that is the result of maybe some of these changes and why we were a little bit more conservative with an increase here. So eastern side of the range, populations actually were either stable or decreasing. The western side is where we saw the increase, and particularly in the southwest. So you'll see some of the license reductions, such as the Fort Pierre National Grasslands, going from 10 to 5 access permits, and similarly 10 to 5 rifle licenses in that unit. A lot of those decreases were on the eastern side of the pronghorn range, which is still predominantly West River, but the east side of West River. Definitely some increases though, Butte, Lawrence County, Custer, Pennington. The south side of Perkins, as Andy pointed out, we're actually in a maintain level there in southern Perkins, so things looking really good there. One area where we would have liked to increase was in Fall River, Custer, right in the southwest corner, where we saw the biggest increase, but that was also identified as one of the units that we were most aggressive as far as harvesting a percent of bucks. So we didn't increase that, even though their counts were much higher there. Wanted to be a little conservative to try to maintain a decent age structure for bucks over there. So today, with these license number changes that you see on the tables here, there would need to be action if the commission agrees to adopt these license number changes as administrative action, no rule change. And then those license numbers would be implemented and go into our draws for residents and non-residents. And with that, can take any question.
Any questions of the commission? We have a recommendation. Oh, go ahead, sorry. Sure, go ahead.
I want to thank the department for keeping online with his animal, and I think it is headed in the right direction, and I was very pleased to see some of these units that were cut back, and I moved to make a motion to accept.
All right, we have a motion to adopt. Do we have a second? Second by Bart Lane. Any further discussion?
Yeah, fully support. Just before the commission went there, excuse me. Just looking at the numbers with no doe kill for 2 years, I was kind of expecting maybe a little bigger bump, I guess, in the overall population. If you're in agreement with that, do you have any thoughts? I mean, we talked during times of drought, there's not a lot of cover for those little ones to hide from coyotes and whatnot. Anyway, just kind of wondering what your perspective, if it's a coyote problem or a coyote problem.
Through the chair. Yeah, that one's difficult. The one thing we know we've definitely seen, so harvest wouldn't be impacting it. There could be some theory on disturbance that's affecting breeding with archery hunters, firearm hunters that are occurring during the rut, but there's really no evidence of that occurring in South Dakota. What we do see biologically is fawn ratios are really low, so those are at, Andy would have just presented it, but off the top of my head, I'd say 15 to 20 fawns per doe below the long-term averages, and we've seen that for several years. I believe last year we bumped up a little bit, and we were really optimistic since we were getting some good moisture, as I mentioned with turkeys earlier. Wasn't even back to the long-term average, even though we had good moisture 2 years ago and last year. This year, obviously not getting great moisture, so the fawn ratios went back down, and we're seeing a low fawn recruitment. Probably a product of habitat, and certainly there could be some predation. It's just chicken or an egg type thing, whether it's the habitat's there, would there be no predation, or is it just the predators are there and would get after the fawns anyway? Deputy Wildlife Division Director showing me a figure right now that has it has the bump where we went up a little bit in 2024, and in 2025 we're down at 50 fawns per does. So I believe usually our average that we had used before was 60, 65. So we're down quite a bit. We're seeing the same type of trend in sage grouse. We just completed counts on those, and they're just at a precipitous decline in the last 10 years, and very similar overlapping sage steppe type habitat that's probably been compromised a little bit in western South Dakota.
Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, wait.
I think that this Commissioner Spring, I think that these dry years have been one of the bigger problems with the antelope, because there's no cover for the fawns. The fawns are in my area, and it's no problem to see a fawn at a long distance laying on a hillside. Where when you have the wetter years, they're hiding in the grass, you don't see them. I think the predators have no problem finding them. I think predators, the coyotes are part of your problem why the low number of fawns arrival.
Any other comments? All right, hearing none, we have a motion on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, it does carry. Thank you, Andy and Andrew.
Thank you.
And we are going to move on to informational item number 14. Come on up, Sam. Hold on.
You want to do that finalization or? Oh, we're waiting for us there. They're waiting for commissioners.
Yeah, I'm sorry, well, we've left one item there first here, so. Yep, number 14. Law enforcement chief.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Oops, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Secretary. My name is Sam Skelos. I have the privilege of serving as the law enforcement section chief for the Game Fish and Parks, and got the opportunity, thanks for the opportunity to present this little informational item for you. And as I was talking to Director Kirschman, talking about what to present, he said, why don't we just start from the beginning? And so we're gonna start a little bit, what we do to hire conservation officers, what the training looked like for a conservation officer, and what we're training them for. So Chris is working up bringing my presentation. I can talk about pronghorn, but
No, we don't want to do that. That'd be interesting.
would be interesting. That is for sure. No, Secretary Roebling does not want me to talk about pronghorn. I would say.
And I must have had one mislabeled. My fault.
Well, he pulled that up. Just a little bit about myself. I started with the agency and it was seasonal in 1999. Doing some fisheries work. In 2003, I was hired full-time as a conservation officer. I was stationed at Salem. In 2005, I transferred down to Yankton, where I currently live today. But 2013, I was promoted to a district supervisor in that area. And then in 2020, we created a law enforcement section and I was selected to lead that. So I've been with Game Fish Parks for quite a while now, and it's a privilege to serve in the role I am now. And so we're just gonna talk a little bit about our conservation officer. This is where we are right now. And if you look at that map, you can kind of just see where we're stationed. There's a lot going on this map, but we use it internally. We also publish this in our handbooks now. Instead of just listing the city and the officer, we put the map in there to help with locations. And you'll notice there's a couple vacancies in there right now. We are actually down 14 positions. But the good news is we anticipated some of that, and we have 13 officers in the program that I'm gonna describe to you here. And so we're feeling pretty good about that. Yeah, that's conservation officer hiring. We have a standard process for announcing. We announce on the BHR website. And then we start a selection and screening process. What that looks like is you get the resumes in, we have a hiring board. They review those job applications. We conduct phone interviews first, and that narrows it further down into in-person interviews. Just a few months ago, we just had this process going, and we had 80 to 90 applicants. And very good quality applicants. Brandon Gust is our deputy chief. He leads this process, and he just noticed over the last several years, the quality of applicants that we're hiring just seems to keep getting better and better. And one of the things that we've been very intentional in doing as a law enforcement section is making sure that every intern that works for this agency, whether it's Parks or Wildlife, they get the opportunity to ride with a conservation officer and experience what we do. My goal for my team is to make sure that every intern we have working for us has that opportunity, and that's paying off for us. We have 4 conservation officer intern positions. That's only 4. That's not a lot, but we have a lot of interns that work for this agency, and so we work really hard at making sure they have the opportunity to do that. Once they make it through the selection process, they're given a conditional offer, and that conditional offer is pending on passing a polygraph and a psychological evaluation. Once they pass that, they go into an actual background, and we have background investigators that work for us. We have maybe a half dozen to 8 of them across the state, couple former conservation officers and people like that. And this is a pretty extensive background. This isn't just calling a couple references and moving on. This is an exhaustive list that the applicant has to fill out, and then our background investigator goes to their hometown, talks to the local law enforcement, renters. We do financial checks, social media checks, and it's quite a long process. And so, once that is done, the original hiring board, that was part of the first step in the process. They gather with the background investigator, they review everything, and then they make the decision to move that officer into Wildlife Conservation Officer Training Program. Next slide, Chris. And what that looks like. So once we hire them, once they get through that first process, they're gonna spend 2 weeks in what we call pre-academy training. And this is just a lot of the BHR, getting their benefits set up, their retirement set up, working with our staff on just a travel voucher. There's just a lot of the administrative stuff that goes with being a state employee. From that 2 weeks, they'll spend 13 weeks at the Law Enforcement Training Academy in Pierre. And we just had 2 officers graduate last Friday from that academy. It's always an exciting time. We do a little luncheon afterwards with them and their families. Secretary Roebling, Director Kirschman like to be there when they can make it. It's just a special time. That's a long haul for those officers, 13 weeks. And that's where they're learning how to be a law enforcement officer. There's not a lot of game and fish emphasis in that program. Once they're done with that, we have 2 weeks of what we call post academy, and this is where we start to really get into the game and fish laws. Sometimes it's like drinking from a fire hydrant. We throw so much at them, but then we also take them and we put them in scenario type situations where they can actually apply these laws and see what that looks like. And that's been very beneficial. Those 2 that just graduated are actually up in Watertown right now going through this process. From there, once they're done with that, they enter a wildlife training officer program, which is 16 weeks. So it's a long call. I don't do math in public very often, but I'm pretty sure we have about 33 weeks right here. And that can vary a little bit based off of vacation in there or training that they have to attend. So it's a long haul from when we hire them to when they get that conditional offer to their background done till when they're in the field. So what's our wildlife training officer program look like? We break that into 4 different phases. We have a public service phase, a resource management phase, a patrol activities phase, and a criminal investigation phase. And as they go through that, and go to the next slide, as they go through that phase, it's not like they just focus on one component of that, and that's all they do. While they may be focused on resource management, public lands, walking areas, they have to go patrol yet. They have to, if they have a tip stall, they gotta go work that tip stall. And the whole time we're doing this, we have a training officer with them. And they're right there, they're riding with them, they're right, every contact they make, they're a part of that. And they're evaluated on that. And so the officers, while we have those phases broken out, the job of a conservation officer, you could go to give a presentation at a school, and on the way there, you talk to somebody who turned in a tip stall. And you just kind of, that's what we're teaching them how to do. Next slide, Chris. So during that wildlife conservation officer program, we have a few principles that we use for some of their learning. The first one I'll describe is called problem-based learning activities. And these are unique instances that there's really no clear outcome. And the officer has to work through and find the laws, who in our department could be a resource for them. For an example, trying to balance a landowner that has depredation from deer on their property and the sportsmen that want more deer in that unit. And the conservation officer gets presented with that, and how are they gonna handle that? Who are they gonna talk to in their region? What laws, rules, policies, procedures does our agency have that they can do that? It's a really great program. And then once they develop that, they present that to a gathering of staff. Sometimes it's officers, sometimes it's regional staff. We've even had some Parks Division staff sit in on them because they're not all just wildlife based. We also utilize a technique called failing forward. I think I speak for myself, where some of my best learning moments were incidents where I maybe could have handled it better or didn't handle it the correct way. And so these aren't failing forward with huge consequences. We always have an officer there if something starts going south to bail them out. These are the small failing forward moments where maybe they didn't handle this, maybe they didn't handle a process right. Maybe they forgot to do something in the step. And so we let them fail through that without getting into too much trouble. And then once that's done, you go back and you talk about it, you discuss it, and it's been a really good training model for us. We utilize a district training exercise. Most of our officers going through this program know where they're gonna end up, what duty station they're gonna be in. And so we assign them a district to start learning about that district. Not just the people that live there, but meeting the key individuals there, whether that's the state's attorney, the sheriff, the chief of police, the organization, the non-government organizations, who runs those, the landowners, the ranchers in that area. And they're just building a list of what they need to do when they start in that district. So once they hit the ground running, they already have a framework of who are the key people they need to meet, what are some of the issues or concerns or problems in that district that they can start working on. Once all that's done, the last step of the process is they go through a board of evaluators and they present that district training exercise. They present that to the board of evaluators, they review it, and once they get their blessing, then they're in the field. And what are they? Next slide, Chris. Once they're in the field, they start doing all the work that a conservation officer does. They're checking fishermen, they're on the boat, they respond to floods, they do radio shows. Next slide. Just a lot of the different things, youth events, investigations, tips programs, hunt safe, body recoveries. Next slide. They patrol in all the different seasons we have, all the different areas. They're out maintaining walking areas, the game production areas, they're planting trees. Next slide. They're helping with buoys, they're at the roundup, all these different things that conservation officers do. This is just a snapshot of some of the different things I put together, a collage of just different things that officers do. And with that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that's kind of maybe I got talking a little too fast there, but that's what we do to get our officers prepared, and we're hiring some really quality individuals right now. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I turn it over to you for any questions you may have.
Sam, we can take a moment just real quick and talk about the academy and how that works, because it's not just our couple of staff at the academy. If you just elaborate on that a little bit.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so the Law Enforcement Academy is run by the Department of Criminal Investigation, DCI. And they have multiple instructors there, and our individuals live there the whole time. It's a dorm style setting. Every day they're in classes, they're learning about the laws and rules for the whole state. They do firearms, defensive tactics, emergency vehicle operational training. There's a lot of scenario-based training. There's nighttime training that they do, a lot of stuff on how to write a search warrant, getting into individual Fourth Amendment protections and all those different things. So we send them there, but we're not necessarily the ones training them, although we will send our staff there to help. Some of our defensive tactics instructors will go and help teach that, or firearms instructors, or EVOC instructors. EVOC is emergency vehicle operations. So it's a big deal for them, and we really like to recognize them when they graduate and they get certified, they get to wear their badge, and that at that point in time they are a law enforcement officer for the state. And then we work a lot on the game and fish side with them once we get them. So.
No, awesome, thank you. You guys are doing an excellent job. Any questions, comments from the commission? I've got one.
Yes, sir.
Quickly, are we still a member of, is it NAWIO?
Commissioner Cole, yes, sir, we are. National Association of Wildlife Enforcement Officers.
Ironically, I attended one of those when it was held in Rapid City, probably before most of you were born, and actually spoke at it. But my question is, how come we don't look at having one of those in South Dakota again?
So
is that a big deal? Is it a loss or is it a moneymaker?
Commissioner Cole, most of those are run through the Conservation Officer Associations by each state. So Nebraska is actually hosting this year. It's a Nebraska Conservation Officer Association that is organizing that and working that. It's not so much the actual state agency that does it. It's the associations of those officers. So South Dakota
We have that here in South Dakota.
We have a Conservation Officers Association. The last one we hosted was in 1989. It's a big heavy lift.
1993.
93? I thought it was 89. 93. We're close.
Fact check me.
No, you gotta leave us fact check.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Sam, talk about tips a little bit. Where's the call center at? How many do you get a year? Where does it come in? How does it relate to you guys?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, TIPS is a Turned Poachers program that's been around since the late 80s. So we partner with Huron State Radio, and they're the dispatchers that take, when you call the TIPS hotline, 188 overbag, that gets routed to them. They take that tip and they will then disseminate that. You can also report online. And that's disseminated to each officer. We also have an app on our phone. Where we can go on there every day and you can see what new tips have been posted. And so that I don't have it with me, Commissioner, how many tips cases we get. I know, I was talking to Commissioner Kirkby, in that law enforcement publication that we sent out. I know it's in there and I wished I would have grabbed one and I can find that number for you, but I don't have the number. It's a couple hundred every year for sure.
Mr. Chair, I thank you, whoever sent me that law enforcement booklet. It's very, very, very impressive. How often is that published?
We publish that annually. We work with Nick Harrington and his team. Brooke Smith does all the designing work for that. Our officers submit some of those case highlights and just a lot of statistics in there, so.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I just have to say real quick, probably in elementary school, we all have the opportunity to choose what profession we may want to go into. I wrote down I wanted to be a game warden or a hardware retailer, and I'm not sure I made the right choice. On the other hand, I don't know if you guys would have chosen me. But anyway, thank you for what you do. Thank you for helping all of us wildlife enthusiasts do what we enjoy, but most importantly, thank you for protecting the natural resources.
Thank you for the kind words.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
I had a question. This Commissioner Springer, I was wondering, like on a local average with your COs, how much time have they, or do they need to spend, say, for instance, with law enforcement, with sheriff's department, police departments, comparing to doing GFP projects and being a game warden or whatever you'd want to say, doing with wildlife?
Yeah, great question, Commissioner Spring, and that it's kind of determined by where the officer's at. Say in a big city with a lot of law enforcement like Sioux Falls or Rapid City, we do interact with those officers, but they're not necessarily dependent on us as they would be in Aurora County. Where there's, one or two city cops, a sheriff, a deputy, a high patrolman, and conservation officer, the law enforcement for that county. And so it kind of comes and goes. There's not across the board, there's not a good number that I could give you for that. A lot of it depends on where they're at, the relationships they have with their other law enforcement, but the bulk of our work that we do is conservation law enforcement. We are true to that because that's who pays our salary, right? Is the sportsmen and women. So we're true to that. That doesn't mean we are sworn law enforcement officers. We do take the oath, and so we do uphold other laws. We help out our sister agencies a lot when they need us, and that varies county by county, officer by officer. So it's a tough question to put an exact number to.
All right. Thanks again, Sam. We have.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Sam, appreciate you putting the presentation together. This was a request by the commission to learn a little bit. When Sam and I talked about this, we just decided there's too much to do all of it in one presentation, what a conservation officer does, right? Or how you become a conservation officer. Sam focused on the hiring and kind of the training process. If your desire would be of interest, I'll have Sam put together another one and, a couple of meetings down the road or something, come back and maybe just do a follow-up presentation of what's more the day-to-day activities or the seasonal activities that the conservation officers do, both from the wildlife side and working with our sister division, the Division of Parks, and working in the parks across the state as well. So if that would be of interest, we could easily do it because try to put it all in one 15-minute presentation is quite honestly impossible. And we wouldn't do it justice. So if you would like that, I believe Sam would be more than happy to pull something like that together and share that with you a couple of meetings down the road, and we'll put it on your agenda.
Commissioners, you want to follow up with that?
Well, yeah, I would appreciate it.
There you go.
We're down. Yeah.
All right, thanks again. Thank you. We need to take a break. We have an owl problem. Is that right? Okay. We're gonna take, we'll meet back here at 3:30. There's 12 minutes. Is that long enough? Technical teams?
So.
All right.
Recording stopped.
It's the PC that wins.
All right, we're up and running.
Is that next?
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
All right, we're gonna get started again. Just a change to your schedule, the agenda. We are going to move to number 22 next. And we're gonna have Hillary Maury give a report.
You can.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hillary Maury. I'm the Outdoor Recreation Engagement Specialist for the department. And my role is basically to help us understand our customer base better so that we can serve them and connect people to the outdoors. And today I'd like to tell you a little bit about how we're using our park user data to inform our marketing efforts with the state. Okay, there we go. So the big question is, how do we start to even understand 2.3 million different customers? So that's the total number of customers that we have within our database right now. We've got almost 9 million visitations to our state parks. These are really big numbers, and they can be really overwhelming to try and think about breaking this down into meaningful groups. But I think it's really important to try and understand how many of
There you go.
it helps if it's turned on. There we go. So how many of these folks are repeat users? How many of these folks are new users? How many of those are folks that had come to us 5 years ago and maybe started just coming back recently? So while these numbers are useful for a lot of our reporting metrics, they're harder to break down into meaningful pieces of data that we can use for marketing. And even though that we have really good visitation rates and really good park entrance license sales rates, I still think it's important for us to be able to understand who these visitors are to our parks and how we can better serve them. And I'll give you 3 reasons why I think that's important. The first is because it's directly tied to our mission of getting people connected with our state parks. And if we're missing certain demographics and certain portions of our public that aren't visiting state parks, but maybe would like to, then we're not connected to our mission as well as we could be. And second is a reason that you all are very familiar with, is that it's directly connected to how we fund our parks and park maintenance in the department. So most of our park budget comes from fees from our users. So if we don't have users coming back consistently, then all of a sudden our parks can't operate in the manner that they have been and maybe can't provide the same experiences for our folks. And third, third, it's just good customer service. We should be better serving our customers by providing experiences that are important to them and that are meaningful to them. And we can do that by using our Go Outdoors system. So this is probably the side that you all are most familiar with. This is the customer side. And this is a treasure trove of information that we have at our fingertips. We've had this online since about 2022. So I will caveat this, the rest of the information in this presentation, that this data for parks is from 2022 to 2025. So we don't have a lot of pre-Go Outdoors data to really work with right now. But what we do have has been really useful for some of the information that we can pull out. So some of the things that we can learn about are where our folks are from, what age they are, and what their different transactions are, where they're staying at within our state parks. And we can pull all this information together and get a better picture and ask questions about our customers that we haven't been able to ask before. And I would also mention too that the park side is just a little bit different than wildlife side, because our wildlife users, every individual user needs to have an account and needs to have a license to be able to participate with us. Our park side's a little bit different because, say, for example, my husband and I take our 2 children camping. One of us makes a reservation. So we only have the reservation holders information, not necessarily like the whole family's information, but this is still some information that we can use. And we can start mining the data that we do have to start asking questions like, how many customers do we have that use our park? So this would be registered users. We still allow guest checkout options, so we are missing a few. But we have about 81,000 customers with an account in Go Outdoors. We can break this down even further and ask how many of those are active within the last camping season. About 50,000 of those have been active in the last year. And then we can also further break it down and say, how many of those have we not seen for 2 seasons? And we are at risk of losing as customers. We can also look at folks that camped with us maybe last season, but we haven't seen back since. And so we can classify them as at risk. So maybe they haven't been back since. Maybe there's something we can do to try and connect with them again to bring them back to our parks. We can also ask questions about what our resident customer base looks like in our state parks. So one of the trends that jumped out at me really quickly was this 18 to 34 age group. So we're really low on this side of our customer base here, but doing pretty well in the 35 to 54 age groups. So this is some information we can use to maybe help inform some of our efforts, whether it's education or marketing. And we can also get further into the weeds and find out where our customers are coming from the most. So this table here on the right gives us the top cities with people that have an account with us. So we have Sioux Falls at the very top with the most number of customers in our parks from Sioux Falls, and then Rapid City. And third here on the list is Pierre. So that was kind of interesting to see that Pierre was number 3 of all of the cities in South Dakota for folks that actively camp and have an account with us. We can do the same exercise with our non-resident customer base as well and look for trends there. Similar to our residents, we're missing a lot of these 18 to 34-year-olds from our non-residents, but we have a huge jump in our 65 plus in our non-resident customer base. And similarly, we can also identify where the top cities are across the Midwest that our non-resident campers are coming from. So this could be incredibly helpful for marketing efforts, especially outside of our state. So we can see here that Omaha, Nebraska is the top city where our visitors from out of state are coming from. We can ask questions like, do our different age groups visit parks more or less often than others? So if you remember that previous slide, we're really missing that 18 to 34 group. And here we see that our 18 to 24 and 25 to 34 group, they're not making as many reservations as say their parents or their grandparents have in the past. So there's some sort of trend going on here where our younger folks are not coming as often and they're not making as many reservations with us. And Parks has also had a lot of focus on midweek camping use. So we can break out our stays based off of whether they stay during the week or whether their stays are primarily on the weekends. So in the brown here, we have our weekend stays, and the blue bars indicate folks that are camping primarily during that midweek season that Director Van Meeteren has talked about. So I was actually pretty surprised to see that these numbers are fairly level between 35 to about this 55, 64, and then we see a little bit of an increase there at 65 plus. I thought there would be a lot less in these age groups of midweek camping, but we can then break this information down and look at who our midweek campers are. And if we want to get into the weeds even more, we can connect with our fishing license data and say, well, maybe some of our campers camp during the middle of the week because they hold a fishing license. So we have about 60% of our midweek campers that come and stay with us in the state parks hold a fishing license as well. So maybe fishing has some sort of a driver in that midweek camping. We don't really know for sure. And then we can really get into the weeds. I love data, so I love getting into the weeds on this stuff. So we can look at where our midweek campers are actually staying. So what we see here, we can identify parks that have very high midweek use. So maybe there's not as much room there to market to our midweek camping or have promotions for midweek camping at a place like Lewis and Clark Recreation Area. But somewhere like Oakwood Lake State Park has really low midweek use. So we can identify these parks now and say, well, these are the ones we might want to increase this midweek camping at specifically. We can not only look at where our customers are staying, which parks, but we can actually look at how they're using lodging within the parks or different options for camping. So this is a graphic of what our customers are using, or excuse me, which customers are returning modern lodging renters versus folks that only rent one time. So we have about 36% of our folks that use our modern lodging that return over time. So we can break those folks out, and because we can classify in this way, we can contact our folks that only come to stay at our modern lodging one time and say, hey, would you like to come stay with us again? Or we haven't seen you in a while. So that was a lot of data in a short amount of time. But what I would really like to, the point I'd really like to get across is that we can now take this data and try and turn it into marketing strategies. So we can take something like customer demographics, and we can target maybe some of our digital ads by geography. We can identify which areas have maybe lower participation rates than others, or areas where our demographics are missing, and we can target our marketing efforts there. We can also look at our one-time cabin renters. We can maybe think of our modern lodging rentals as sort of the gateway to camping for folks that are just getting started. And if they come and stay once with us, then maybe we can start something like an email campaign to our one-time or first-time renters after their stay to try and keep them engaged with us. We can also take our midweek camping data and maybe take that 35 to 54 age group where there's a little bit of room for improvement and start targeting our promotions for midweek camping to that specific age group to try and help move the needle on that. And then we can also take our lapsed user base and start to try and win back our previous visitors, because it's a lot easier and it's a lot less resource intensive to try and bring back customers that we used to have instead of trying to create new customers. So these are just some example strategies that we could use with the data that we have currently in our Go Outdoor system. And one thing that the data doesn't show us is the why. So the trend across all of these slides that I showed you is that we're missing that 18 to 34 group. They're not making as many reservations as some of the other age cohorts, but we don't know why. We don't know why they're not coming. We don't know why they're not coming back. So we can work with our human dimensions specialists to identify that group of folks, and we can survey them and ask them those questions and then learn better what they need, what we could provide for them, and how we could help connect them to our parks or maybe bring them back to our parks. So we can use the why and the who to start focusing our efforts, because everybody's busy, everybody has a limited amount of money, limited amount of time to work on these things. So if we can focus what we're doing and not just use a blanket approach, we might be able to better utilize our efforts there. And then we can take those marketing efforts that we do try, and we can try this particular marketing effort. We can go back and look at the data and say, yes, this worked, let's do it again. Or we can say, no, this didn't work, let's try something different. So we can evaluate it, and then we can adapt our approach for the next season. So that's all I have for you, and thank you very much for having me today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Commissioner, Director Van Meter?
Jeff Meter, Director of Parks and Recreation. Thank you, Hillary. Hillary's been a great person to work with on this. She's good with data, really helping us. You're gonna see here tomorrow morning when we talk about our Adventure 250 update, some snippets of some of the focused strategic marketing we're doing with the data. I said last month at our meeting that we're shifting from a shotgun approach to more of a rifle type approach with our marketing, and Hillary's helping us do that. We also have resources like our current reservation system provider and brand. As an example, we targeted 9 parks here the last couple weeks, and they're going to get us data here. Maybe have it already, and maybe you'll see some of that tomorrow. But did we move the needle by targeting those 9 parks, by sending messages to people that utilize those 9 parks? So well, this is where we have to shift. This is where we have to go. I think we do a great job getting the general message out, but if we really want to grow our numbers, we got to start getting way more specific. So thank you very much, Hillary.
Questions for Commissioner?
Yeah, Hillary, great presentation. Well, just getting that going. Anyway, I'm gonna keep going. Talk about sharing data with tourism, vice versa. Do you share data with tourism? Do they share with you? Talk about that a little bit.
I guess I don't work with tourism specifically, but I think Director Van Meter would probably know.
Through the chair, Commissioner Nyberg, yeah, we do work with tourism. We need to work more with tourism. Tourism likes to farm out a lot of their marketing to the 4 different associations in the state, the regions. And we work with all of those regions. I did meet with them last year, suggesting that we've got to do a better job. We need your help building our campgrounds, and they were agreeable to that. They said, let's come back and talk about that. So that's on our list to do this next year. But a lot of the campaign is done through the 4 different associations across the state: Great Lakes, Southeast Tourism, Missouri River, and the Black Hills of Badlands.
Any insight on the new Palisades campground? How are you filling it up? Are you seeing an increase?
Through the chair, Commissioner Nyberg, we tripled the size of that campground. We went from like 39 sites and we added another 71 sites, so not quite triple, but real close. We have seen those numbers do exactly what we hoped. Are we there yet? No, but we're getting, every year, you'll see again on the monthly report here, we're making progress. When we had a big jump first year. Yeah, we're gonna keep after that. And that park is unique in that it gets a lot of interstate traffic. So the marketing there is a little bit different, because you're reaching out to people way outside the state. Most of our marketing is focused in-state and 100 miles around the border of the state. Kind of hone it in on that, so. Good job.
Any other questions of Hillary?
Yeah, quick question, Commissioner Whitner. So eastern Nebraska cities, there was quite an impact there. Are they traveling, they're traveling the whole state or just heading up the interstate, to the eastern part, or are they heading out west? Just kind of curious.
We can actually get at that now with this data. So with the dashboards that I built, I wasn't able to do a live demo today, but with the dashboards we have, we can click on those cities and it will show us which parks they use. So it's primarily Lewis and Clark, just because it's close nearby. But Custer State Park, of course, is up there towards the top as well.
Thank you. Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just take a moment, if you don't mind, to compliment Hillary on the work that she's doing with this. When we hired Hillary on in this position, we consciously made a change in our agency from going from just a simple concept of R3 of recruitment, retention, and reactivation. And we actually rebranded the concept in our agency to Recreational Engagement Specialist as her title, or very close, I believe. We looked at this, even though Hillary's in the Division of Wildlife, as you can see, look at the work she's doing for the Division of Parks as well. And what we have right now is a lot of power because we have data. And we have that information within our brand system, the Go Outdoor system, where we have not only the folks of hunting, fishing, but now also camping and doing that recreation activity as well. So now we can cross-reference, we can use that information collectively. And honestly, what Hillary has showed you here with camping and what she has shown us with hunting and fishing, we're simply scratching the surface at the moment. And so we're going to continue to dive into this. This is what we envisioned this type of data, this type of work and effort would ultimately lead to. And again, I think we're just scratching the surface, and we're really excited about the direction it's taking. We're excited about some of the pieces and components that Hillary is dissecting and analyzing and working with our staff. There's multiple staff that she's engaging and they're working collectively together. And I think you're going to see some really positive outcomes over the next 2 years from all the work that these staff are working together on. So kudos to Hillary and her ability to work with staff from both the Division of Wildlife, Division of Parks, and
we'll continue to have her bring some new products and new data that she analyzes and is discovering for us. And then we can talk about how we're using it and what difference that's gonna make, not only for us as an agency, but you as a commission, but more importantly, our users across the state and those that come to South Dakota.
Awesome. Hillary, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to Kip. We're gonna do the outdoor learning center. Hang on, what number is that? Outdoor Campus East, number 15.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Secretary Roebling. My name is Kip Rounds, Regional Wildlife Supervisor for Game Fish and Parks out of the Sioux Falls office. Today, I'm gonna provide a quick update on the ongoing expansion project that we've got going on in the outdoor campus in Sioux Falls. We are in what we consider to be the home stretch. We've been at this for about 14 months now, and a lot of progress happening right now, a lot of work to be done yet in the coming months, but we are starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and that's really exciting. So I want to share a little bit with all of you today. So a little bit of background on this expansion project. As a refresher, I've talked to you guys with the updates recently, but also for our new commissioners. We opened the doors to the outdoor campus in Sioux Falls back in 1997. And since then introduced over 500,000 people to the outdoors through the thousands of classes that take place right there at the outdoor campus. One of the most popular types of classes is archery. The interest in archery, learning archery, getting into archery has increased, not only in South Dakota, but throughout the nation really. And in order to help meet that demand for growing interest in archery, as well as expand our capacity for other types of classes, hunting, fishing, trapping, conservation. We began planning an expansion project for the outdoor campus in Sioux Falls. That planning started with funding. How are we going to pay for it? We started a fundraising campaign with Parks and Wildlife Foundation to raise donated funds that could be used together with Pittman Robinson excise tax funds. Since much of this project relates directly to hunting, fishing, education, and engagement. So donors stepped up in a big way, donated nearly $3 million to this project. So when combined with those Pittman Robinson funds that this project was eligible for, zero license dollars was used for this project, which was pretty amazing. It's something to be very thankful for. So once those funds were raised, we broke ground on this project nearly 2 years ago now, July of 2024 in Sioux Falls. Many of you were there for that groundbreaking event, and we've been at it for the overall project for a couple of years now, and certainly excited to be in the home stretch. Next, I want to go over our primary goals for this project. So first, our main goal was to increase our capacity for archery. I mentioned that there's been a growing interest in learning archery. And so a big part of this and a big theme of this overall project was to better meet the demand for folks wanting to get into archery. Next, we wanted to increase our overall classroom space. We want to increase the space we have available at the outdoor campus for more and different types of classes than we've offered in the past. We also wanted to remodel the existing layout. So a lot has changed since 1997. We wanted to make some upgrades to better serve the tens of thousands of people that come through the doors of the outdoor campus every year. Finally, we want to increase storage space. That one's not super exciting, but it's super necessary. All of these classes that we hold, there's outdoor gear, there's outdoor equipment, there's fishing equipment, hunting equipment, ground blinds, cross-country skis, you name it. We've got to store all that within the walls of the outdoor campus. So storage was a big part of this project as well. So we broke this project down into two main phases. Phase one was the construction of an outdoor archery range that was just outside of the outdoor campus building in Sioux Falls. Phase two was the expansion of the outdoor campus building itself, so larger scale project, larger scale phase of the project, where we're actually increasing the footprint of the outdoor campus building. Phase one of the project started when we broke ground in July of 2024. And that phase of the project's been complete now for just over a year. We are super happy with the way this project turned out. It's getting a ton of use. And we're really excited about seeing people out there. We opened it for the public use officially in spring of 2025. So it's been open for a little over a year now. In that first year, we've got a counter out there. That first year, we had over 14,000 people either use it or at least come walk through it and check it out. So a lot of traffic that first year, which is great to see. We've had some mild winters. We've even seen people out there shooting bows in the middle of winter. And so really great to see people really enjoying this resource that's right in the heart of Sioux Falls. Really nice to be able to offer that opportunity. So with phase one wrapped up, we are focusing all of our attention on phase two of this project. Again, phase two is the expansion of that footprint of the outdoor campus building itself. This phase began in spring of 2025. So we've been at it for about 14 months now, and certainly getting closer to that finish line. I'm not gonna have enough time to go into all the details of this project, because there's quite a few changes that we're making. But I did want to touch on a few things that we're very excited about, one being this indoor archery range. So I mentioned that archery is a common theme, one of our primary goals of this. And so we've got the outdoor range built as part of phase one. Part of phase two is gonna be an indoor archery range right within the outdoor campus. It'll be within the new area that's expanded on the footprint of the outdoor campus. This range will have 12 lanes. The outdoor range also has 12 lanes, which go out to 60 yards. This one will have 7 lanes out to 20 yards, 5 lanes out to 30 yards. It'll also have an upper level mezzanine where archers can walk up a set of stairs and shoot from an elevated position. That'll be a nice feature. It's gonna be a large open space, so we'll likely get some bonus use out of this area. And have other types of hunting and shooting classes such as BB gun classes. Really gonna provide great opportunity for year-round use for archery. So even in the middle of a cold South Dakota winter, we can be having archery classes here at the outdoor campus and even open it up to the public for just open shoots and practicing archery during the winter and year round. So really looking forward to this being a part of the outdoor campus. This picture is what that range looked like last week. It already looks different. They've been at it pretty hard, making progress. I tried to get a picture in there when there were not workers in there, and it was hard to do because they're really moving right now. It's currently on track to be completed by the end of July. So just over a month and a half now. It should be completely wrapped up, after which point we're gonna be using this space as temporary overflow storage from ongoing construction on the rest of the building until the overall project is complete. So yeah, we're just super excited to have this be part of the outdoor campus, all the opportunities that it's gonna provide for classes, but also public use for archery. Also very excited about new classroom spaces. We've got 3 new classroom areas that will each have partitioned walls between them. And so we'll have the option of either having 3 separate classrooms with separate classes going on simultaneously, or we can pull those walls back and have one large meeting space, which will be very useful. These classrooms are almost finished. Actually, we're scheduled to be complete around mid-June. So next week already. Nice thing about the phasing of this construction is we are gonna be able to use these classes as soon as they're done, assumably next week, as long as nothing comes up in the meantime. And so outdoor campus staff are just super excited to be able to use this space for all kinds of learning classes, hunting, fishing, conservation, everything that we've done. We'll have more space and more capacity to have those classes as soon as early next week in these areas. So a couple more pictures of these classrooms and the hallway that connect them, that hallway connects all three classes. As I mentioned, it's gonna be nice to be able to open up this whole area. These big meeting spaces are hard to come by, and so we're looking forward to having that opportunity to hold some larger meetings, such as the November Game Fish and Parks Commission meeting, when we will all be in this space to see it firsthand this fall. We're also building a game processing room as part of this expansion project. Really excited about this one. This will be used for outdoor campus classes to teach students how to process game that they take from the field. So this will be especially useful for a hunting 101 program. When students are successful in the field, they can then learn how to correctly process that game in this space. So stainless steel work tables, stainless steel sink, epoxy floor with a floor drain, so it'll be easy to wash everything down. Even has a walk-in cooler, which we're really excited about, just to store that game. If there's a successful hunting 101 deer hunt, we can bring the deer in, let it cool down, wait for an opportunity for that student to come back and process their own animal. So really looking forward to this opportunity, and we've taught game processing classes at the outdoor campus in the past. But it's always been a challenge, just because of the limited capacity, limited space, limited amenities available. So this room, this game processing room is certainly going to open doors to expanded learning opportunities, and we're really excited about that. Then we are going full circle with this whole thing, with this expansion. We're gonna add a cooking classroom where participants can learn how to prepare and cook wild game from the field. So this new cooking classroom will also have an adjacent outdoor grilling area that will allow for additional classroom options and classroom space. This is really going to provide the opportunity for class participants to go field to fork, if you will, with their outdoor learning experience, starting with learning how to be successful in the field, to learning how to process that game, and then finally learning how to prepare it for the table. So it's certainly a unique learning opportunity, and we're really looking forward to having that opportunity for people of all ages to start their hunting and fishing journey. Other components of phase 2 expansion that are still under construction, including this one, I was hoping to have some good pictures, but it doesn't look anything like the finished product yet. Some other additions are going to be a wildlife viewing area with a pond just outside, where it'd be a really popular bird viewing area. New public bathrooms, new conference room, a couple new office spaces right there in the Sioux Falls office for our ever-growing office needs there in Sioux Falls. So a lot rolled into this phase 2 project, phase 2 of the project that we're just really excited about and looking forward to being complete. As far as the timeline for that, as I mentioned, some areas will be complete in mid-June, so very soon, in the next week or two. Scheduled to have the new classrooms available, the new bathrooms available, as well as that game processing room are all going to be handed over to us here in the next week or two. So, and we'll get to use those areas right away. And so that was kind of part of by design with a project of this scale. And keep in mind, outdoor campuses remained open throughout the entire project. So we've been holding classes, we've been open to the public, we've been selling licenses. We haven't skipped a beat throughout this whole project. And so part of that was we need to phase 2, if you will. So we've got areas that are completed, handed over to us. We can start using them so they can start occupying, construction crews can start occupying other areas that we need. So we wanted to make sure that we were not able to offer those classes. We were open to the public throughout this whole project. So final completion is scheduled for October. So that's just a few months away. Crews are really going strong, trying to make this final push. We're just excited. As I mentioned, we're scheduled to host the November Game Fish and Parks Commission meeting in Sioux Falls, in our new classroom space. So At that same time, we're hoping to hold a ribbon cutting event in cooperation with the Sioux Falls Chamber of Commerce. More details to come on that, but we're just excited to show everybody, show the public, show you all, what this project is gonna end up looking like, and certainly excited to see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's been a long project for staff, that have been, very accommodating throughout the whole thing, and, excited to open this up to the public and all of the extra, outdoor learning opportunities that this will open up. So, I have to say a huge thank you to everybody that's been involved in this project thus far. It's been going on for years. It started with discussions well before me years ago, and everyone, especially the donors that have made this project a reality, the partners, the Parks and Wildlife Foundation, our own Game Fish and Park staff have been incredibly patient. They've been flexible, they've been creative to make sure that we can accommodate all of these outdoor learning classes throughout this whole process. And so they've just been awesome. They haven't skipped a beat throughout the whole project. So we've been a lot of hard work by many to get us this far, and it's just very much appreciated. So that is all I have for an update for you all today. This will likely be the last update that I provide before you guys see the finished product in November. And so we're looking forward to showing it to you. And I can sure take any questions if there are any.
All right, thanks, Kip. Questions of the commission?
I do have a question.
Oh, yeah, and by the way, you know, Commissioner Rizzler is back and she's about to get the gavel, so.
Sir, thank you. Yeah, very well done, Kip. I have the opportunity to walk the trails over there about once a week, and you can feel the excitement build when I visit with some of the welcoming staff. But a couple of my questions, when you talk about the food processing area, and even when we will be teaching folks how to cook some of that game, do we have staff now that do that, or do you anticipate bringing people in with that expertise?
Yeah, great question. We do have staff that do that now. In fact, they're doing those classes right now. They've been doing them for a while. They're very talented staff, very good cooks, and they're very good teachers. And so we have a small kitchen area where we can kind of start that process. We do some outdoor fire pit grilling, Dutch oven style classes. We make it work. This new cooking classroom is, like I said, gonna open up a ton of opportunity just with the amenities that it's gonna offer. We can do what we have been doing, but we're gonna be able to expand those opportunities to the public and to students, and really looking forward to that.
And I have one more, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. When we talk about the expanded classroom, do we ever foresee a partnership with community organizations that want to come and utilize that for meetings and so forth?
Yeah, yep, that's a great question too. We do that now. We have a theater room, we have classroom spaces now, although limited. And we have regular groups that are, closely tied with the outdoors, associated with the outdoors, that'll use our space. We don't charge anything for that. They use our space kind of on a regular basis. We just have to make sure that's all scheduled. And so, yes, we anticipate these new classroom spaces, even expanding those opportunities for NGOs and other partnership groups that come and have their regularly scheduled meetings.
Very good, thank you.
Any further comments, Secretary?
Kip, great presentation. I just want to personally thank you, sir, for your leadership. When you go to college to become a fisheries biologist or a wildlife biologist, you don't get a lot of curriculum in construction management. And at the end of the day, that's exactly what Kip is doing right now. Is he is managing this construction project. He's done a fantastic job doing so. Every time I visit, he hands me a hard hat. I bet he wears his hard hat every day, walking through the facility, inspecting how things are going and making sure the construction crew is on task. So Kip, hats off to you, sir. Keep up the good work. I'm looking forward to seeing this project complete. Thank you.
Awesome. All right, thanks, Kip. We've got one bit of unfinished business that we need to go back to, and I'm gonna call on Nick. I would ask the commission to take a look at the approval we did of the license list request. We have some new information on that, and we, I think, need to make an adjustment. Nick, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, Commissioners, subsequent to your vote to approve releasing that license list request, the organization Let Free did reach out to me They said they did actually want to make a request for an amended fee. I will first point out that that provision is available to you should you desire. It's in law and administrative rule 4106/0206. It allows an entity to apply for an exception to the regular fee. And they can pay a modified fee if approved by the commission. The regular fee is $100 for each 1,000 names or portion thereof. A modified fee would be a flat $100 for the entire list. Pilot Free wanted to stress that they plan to be present, but they wanted to stress that they are a nonprofit trying to teach and not make money. That they aren't even trying to necessarily recruit for the organization, that the $100 per thousand names would take a toll on their available funding. So I submit that to you all for consideration.
And also as a point of information, I believe not only they're 501c3, but I think they've done this in 9-10 states. We just didn't have that information earlier, so I would bring that back to the floor to the commission. If you want to act on it or not act on it.
Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I noticed that in the reading of it, and I thought, well, it seemed reasonable that they were an education facility, and I would make a motion to give them a reduced fee.
So your motion would be to give them a $100 flat rate?
It's listed in there,
Is that
what the reduced fee is.
Just want to be clear on what it is.
Correct, yes, administrative rule says that the modified fee would be $100 for the list.
Okay.
100 type.
And that's your motion? Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Bartley. Okay, open for discussion. Any discussion over that? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. And at this time, I'm gonna turn the gavel over to the real Madam Chairwoman. Steph will take over.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll jump right back. Now, before we do, I understand that we were holding off on the finalization issue, where we had a point where we can look to that. Thank you. So let's move to item number 11, finalizations, youth mutual apprentice year.
Not me anymore.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioner, Secretary Roebling, Andrew Norton, Wildlife Program Administrator, up here hopefully for one last time for this meeting. You've heard a lot about deer. In fact, next year we'll have the full-on deer recommendations and season setting. But this year, we've actually had deer discussed the past 3 meetings. And this would be the final item to finalize before the upcoming deer season. So this would just be a 1-year change and then would revisit next year when we go through all the deer seasons. This is involving the apprentice, mentor, and youth deer hunting seasons. The chapters are 410601, which is just general provisions, and then 410644 and 410663. Those are actually 2 chapters that reference the apprentice and youth deer season, and then the mentor season is just it follows the youth deer season, so there's not a separate chapter for mentor deer. So you'll see just changes to those 2 chapters. So this season is a long season. It's unlimited for whichever individual is eligible for either one of these seasons. It starts the 2nd Saturday in September and runs through January 1st. It's restricted to either an antlerless any deer or an antlerless whitetail deer, and those are 2 different units in the state. The reason for that restriction is to limit mule deer harvest in certain parts of the state, with the exception of some counties in northwestern South Dakota. There is a desire to not harvest any mule deer does on any of these licenses. So they're single tag, as I said, any antlerless or any whitetail antlerless deer license types. And there's 3 different seasons here. There's one that's apprentice, one that's youth, and one that's mentored, and they give options for, as Hillary was mentioning, some R3 on the park side of things. She also did R3 on the wildlife side of things, and these are three opportunities that we maybe collectively consider our R3 license types to get individuals involved in outdoor recreation, specifically through deer hunting. So apprentice is for individuals 18 or over. If they haven't purchased a big game license, a deer license in 10 years, they can purchase one of these licenses over the counter. The youth licenses for individuals 12 to 18 years old with Hunt Safe. If they're under 16 years old, they do need to be accompanied by an adult, but that's different than the mentored license, which is for individuals that are 15 or younger. There's no minimum age on that, and they do not need Hunt Safe. However, they do need to be accompanied by an adult, and there was some statute change 2 legislative sessions ago that changed some of those requirements in which the mentored hunter actually has to obtain the license as opposed to the mentee. So moving into the changes, there's no recommended changes from the proposal that the department has. The functional change here is to actually close all 3 of those seasons, apprentice, youth, and mentor, in 9 southeastern South Dakota counties. This is in response to really low deer populations in those counties, as a result of hemorrhagic disease, severe winter, and even some drought that reduced population growth rates and population in general down there in the southeast. So the only opportunity an individual in those 9 counties would have to harvest and antler this deer would be a landowner-owned land license type, and they could harvest female whitetail deer on their own property. However, no other licenses would be eligible to harvest an antlerless deer. Those counties would be Yankton, Davison, Bonham, Clay, Hanson, Hutchinson, Lincoln, Turner, and Union. And that would be for all 3 seasons, again, apprentice, youth, mentored. There were no comments during the public hearing today. There was one comment online, and that was offering up a compromise to keep the youth open but close the mentor and apprentice, and really that wouldn't accomplish much of the objective because a lot of the harvest would come from those youth hunters, and the goal here is to limit doe hunting as much as possible. Hopefully growth rates increase pretty quickly down there when we have good fawn recruitment, unlike antelope where you saw a 12% increase in 2 years. Southeastern South Dakota, if we have good habitat and we have good fawn production, we could increase population nearly 50% in 2 years. So knock on wood, we don't get hemorrhagic disease, we don't get winter, and we keep these doe harvest rates really low. Commissioner Cull mentioned last month, how are we going to contact some of these individuals in these counties? We have a news release planned to not only reach out to our landowner-owned land license holders, those are the one group that's able to harvest does, to ask them to maybe limit their doe harvest, but also that mentions the closure in those 9 counties to apprentice, youth, and mentor if the commission decides to move forward with this change to rule. On the next page, we've got the map. That might be a better way to show those 9 counties in southeastern South Dakota. They're white there with the dashed line. Those would all be closed with no county numbers on there, but you can see they're representing that southeastern portion of the state. The light shaded gray is the unit in which an individual can harvest a mule deer or whitetail doe. And then the darker gray is the whitetail only unit. We've got some harvest tables. And then the next page will be the actual draft administrative rule changes that go through and specifically make the change to administrative rule as I described earlier. Again, no recommended changes, but the commission would take action here today so we can get these licenses out to hunters here before the hunting season that starts that second Saturday in September. With that, can take any questions from the commission.
Thank you, Andrew. Any questions? Commissioner Coll?
First of all, I'm very happy we did this. I had the pleasure, I guess, for once, to have spoken to a lot of people in those areas. In fact, I think I've spoken to our customers, the hunters, in pretty much every one of the counties. And the comments range from, it's about time, to thank goodness you did it. It's a tough one with the youth and the mentor thing. I will say that the piece you added at the end there, that I've talked to Director Kirschman about, has come up from several people, and that's the landowner end of it. And I think the thought behind that was, you know, nobody should be able to do this. That's probably some of the thought, but also it's not gonna help if something isn't fully, you know, engaged and activated and we do it correctly. So I think that's the big thing. The other thing that came out of this was the big question, what about next year? What about next year? And I mentioned that our plan is coming, but I think that we've learned a lesson on this one because I think we maybe saw it coming and didn't act soon enough and now we are. So I think that's the big thing. But I didn't speak to a single person that was against it. So I think that's the good news. And I'm in the heart of that area. So, you know, and to get this on the floor, this isn't great, but I'm gonna make a motion, we adopt it, and we can get it on the floor.
We have a motion, we have a second. Seconded by Commissioner Spring. Comments on the motion? I would just simply echo what Commissioner Paul has mentioned. When visiting with folks in southeastern South Dakota, they understand the need to do this and they've been supportive with myself as well. And so I think this is a good move. And with you, I hope we can continue, we can see the growth of those numbers. If there are no other questions and or comments, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It is approved.
Thank you.
Good, thank you, sir. And with that, we will move to 2025 small game harvest report.
Good afternoon, Commission Secretary Roebling. I'm Jake Wolf, so I am one of our upland game biologists out of the Huron office. So today we're actually going to be talking about the small game harvest for 2025. So it'll be a short presentation, probably over before you know it, but in my opinion, some pretty important information, giving the tradition of upland hunting in South Dakota, as well as the economic and social implications that we have for the state. All right, so for our harvest survey, so shortly after the season ends on January 31, we sent out roughly 15,000 surveys to both resident and non-resident hunters who bought small game licenses. And these are all through emails. And with those emails, we get about 30% response rates. And again, this is just small game licenses. This is not preserved licenses. This is just small game hunters that are hunting, you know, on private ground, non-preserves or public ground. And so we always get that question a lot. It's a lot of big misconception with the state, but those totals are populated separately. And so before we even talk about how the 2025 season went, we'll go back and look briefly at how we expected it to go. And so the 2025 upland outlook, so the winter of 2024 was easy. There was pretty high over winter survival, which we've been lucky the last few years to have that. Throughout South Dakota. So we were expecting really good things throughout our main pheasant range. As far as our grouse estimate, our grouse harvest in 2024 was pretty much off the charts. So kind of going into 2025, there was a lot of hope that it was going to be another good grouse season, but it was going to be really tough to meet the harvest totals that we had in 2024. Next. All right, so jumping right into the pheasant harvest. So our total pheasant harvest for the 2025 season going into 26 was 1.35 million. And last year it would have been 1.31 million. So we had about a 3% increase in total pheasant harvest. As far as our pheasant hunters go, we were slightly down, but a little misleading because our non-residents actually increased, but for whatever reason, our residents dipped a little bit. We have some theories for that. We can kind of get into that later if we want to, but this is one of those things that we're hoping, as you heard earlier from Hillary, that we could dissect some of that license information and get to the bottom of what's going on with those numbers. But overall, actually, our pheasants per hunter numbers actually increased. So we got a lot of birds on the landscape. We honestly expected our harvest to be a little higher, but we can't harvest birds if our hunters aren't there to shoot them. So right here's the overall trend. Like I said earlier, we've been pretty lucky to have good, easy winters here in South Dakota the last how many years. So you can see that steady incline of both hunters and harvested pheasants. And for me, this is a direct result, 1-2 winner, but also just as a organization, our emphasis on habitat and access. Folk from around the nation know that we have the birds, they know that we have the public access to hunt these birds, and it makes us a big destination for people around the nation. And then going to our prairie grouse harvest, so kind of what we expected, a little more severe than what we were looking at. Our prairie grouse harvest did go down about 46%, but we're still at around 53,000. And similar to our pheasant harvest, our non-resident numbers were that far below what they were the year before, but our resident numbers did drop. And North Dakota actually put out their numbers here last week, and they had very similar trends to that we did. Their grouse numbers were down quite a bit, and that their non-resident numbers were down as well. And so this is another graph, just like your pheasants, where you can see that really big high point in 2024. So that 99,000 harvest rate was pretty much an anomaly. It was pretty funky. So if you take that 2024 number and kind of average it out, it doesn't make the years, the 46% drop seem that extreme. But overall, we've had very good grouse numbers in the state, and hopefully that will continue in great grouse hunting opportunity for folks that travel to South Dakota as a bucket list hunt for both prairie chickens and sharp-tails. And like I said, it was over before it started, but that is it. So again, good news. When we are South Dakota, people rely on us to have the good pheasant hunting opportunity. So luckily that number came out just like we all hoped, and we continue to, lead the nation. We, as far as other states go, we double, triple, quadruple any other state's total harvest. So it's a lot of good news for us.
Any questions, comments? Good report, good information, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move on to 17, walleye genetics.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Secretary Roebling. My name is BJ Shaw. I'm a fish biologist out of Sioux Falls. And I'm going to talk about a project that we just wrapped up in eastern South Dakota looking at our walleye genetics. First thing I want to point out is this project involved a couple partner agency or universities, University of Wisconsin, Stevens Point, and Michigan State University. But also a big chunk of this research was funded by the Sioux Empire chapter of Walleyes Unlimited. So I want to give a big shout out to them for their assistance in getting all the field sampling done. Or the processing accomplished. They funded about half of the work with this project. So on a really basic level, why do we care about genetics here? So imagine that glass on the left with all the different colored balls represents the different walleye populations in the state of South Dakota. If we have some kind of event that comes along that impacts our populations or bottlenecks our populations down, we may end up like the population on the right there with fewer of those red dots available to our population or to our state. So this is called a portfolio effect, where you have multiple different genetic strains or populations that have different characteristics that can weather some kind of event, versus if you have just a single genetic population, you might be susceptible to changes. And so when we talk about genetic strains, there's basically that means different subpopulations that have different characteristics. So they might have differences in body size, reproduction, they might inhabit certain types of water bodies better than others. And so a big emphasis has been placed on genetics in Minnesota and Wisconsin. There was a big study done back in 2021 where they looked at a variety of different populations all across the state. So each of these little dots here, these pie charts, represents a different population that was studied in Minnesota or Wisconsin. And the color represents the genetic strain, where that population originated from. So you look way down in southern Wisconsin, those walleye came from the Rock River. And that's a very different genetic strain than if you look way up in northern Minnesota, where that population is about 3/4 from the Hudson Bay area. And so each of these populations is going to have very distinct characteristics that are adapted to the area where they're from. And of particular interest to us, and one of the reasons we did this project is because of what's known as the Lake Sarah strain walleye population in Minnesota. It has a couple different names: Southern Minnesota strain, Lower Mississippi strain. I'm going to call it Lake Sarah strain for this presentation. But it's a western prairie lake in Minnesota that is very similar to South Dakota's lakes in terms of the overall morphology, the way the lake is structured. And that population has great natural reproduction. They've been stocking those fish across southern Minnesota and seeing really positive benefits in their lakes across southern Minnesota. So we wanted to kind of evaluate how our lakes could benefit from something like that, because we do have a lake that we share management with Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, Lake Hendricks. It's a border water where they've been stocking these Lake Sarah strain fish since 2017. And looking at this graph here, this is a figure of age 0 electrofishing. So basically recruitment of those fish that get either stocked or natural in that system every year. And if you look back pre 2017, it's really variable. You did have some years where we did have good walleye numbers coming, but if you look post 2017, once they started stocking those Lake Sarah strain, especially in the most recent years, we've had really strong natural recruitment in that system. And in 2021, that's off the chart. That year they caught 430 walleye per hour, which is the highest they've ever recorded on that lake. That is a lot of fish. And so we've seen the positives of these Lake Sarah strain fish in a water that's managed partially by South Dakota. So we want to know, how could this potentially benefit us, in other systems? But the first step is knowing what our genetics look like. And the last time that we evaluated genetics on walleye in South Dakota was 1988. There have been major advances in genetic technology since then, and we really only looked at 2 populations: Blue Dog Lake and the Missouri River, Lake Oahe particularly. So we wanted to know if we were using new modern techniques, can we identify information about the genetics of our walleye population? So we had 3 study objectives. And I'm just going to tell you, we're not going to talk about the first one here because it's complex, but also really didn't tell us that much. Basically, our populations aren't inbred and they're in good health is kind of the overall takeaway from that. So we're going to focus on 2 of the other components. We want to know how similar are populations of walleye within the state of South Dakota to each other. And then also, how do our genetics compare to neighboring state populations, particularly that Lake Sarah strain, and then some walleye from Iowa out of the Mississippi River. So here's a map of our study systems. We had 12 total waters that we looked at. We had 11 lakes in eastern South Dakota and Lake Oahe. These lakes either have a history of natural recruitment, or for many of them, we actually use them as sources for our broodstock collection and our walleye take when we're doing walleye spawning every spring. So we identified places where, those fish might be persisting from year to year on their own naturally, or that we're distributing those genetics across the state to see, if we are taking fish, for example, from Lynn and Middle Lynn every year to do walleye spawning, those genetics are getting sent around the state. How do those differ than say fish from West 81, where we might be spawning and taking genetic information from there? Now, I'm not a geneticist, so this is a very, very brief overview, but working with Wisconsin Stevens Point and Michigan State University, we used a new technique that's in development called next generation sequencing. The thing that I really want to point out is that they take tens of thousands, or technically 16,000 snippets of DNA that are about 100 of those A's, C's, T's, and G's long. And then they are looking at those 16,000 segments of DNA and looking for areas where there are differences. So, these fish have generally similar genetic material or genetic code in these lines, but there's one point where there's differences, and that's how you can identify genetic strain differences if you can find a series of those across 16,000 different snippets of genetic code. And so what we did is we used that technique to identify if we have any genetic differences across our populations. And so the first objective here, how different are our populations from each other? there's gonna be a lot of numbers on this graphic, but the colors are what really matter, at least early on here. So similar lakes are gonna have more of a blue color. If our lakes are really different genetically, they're gonna have more of a red color. So we do this lake by lake. We can look at Pius Lake versus Twin Lake. We can look at Twin Lake versus Brush Lake. But if you look across all of our populations, they're incredibly similar. Essentially, we only have one real standout water where we see it maybe a little bit of differences in genetic code, and that is in West 81 lakes. There is a potentially slightly different signature in Indian Springs and Antelope, but functionally across all of South Dakota's waters that we evaluated, our genetics were very similar. Another way to visualize that then is to break it up into what are called genetic lineages. So basically, if there are differences, we can color code them and see, what those differences look like. So each of these individual vertical bars represents a single fish where we had a sample from. And so across all of our lakes, you can see there's basically only two lineages. There's the West 81 lineage in the orange color, and then there's the other South Dakota lakes lineages in green. And we see some of that spill over from West 81 kind of going across the state. And again, that's because we use that as a stocking source. So we will collect eggs from West 81, and occasionally those offspring get stocked across the state into other areas. But reasonably, or across the board, we really don't see much for genetic differentiation in our populations. So then, looking at the neighboring state populations, so we have Minnesota and Iowa that we're really focused on. Thankfully, the lab had this huge database of genetic code that we could get our hands on as part of this project. And so there's a whole series of different sources from Minnesota that I'm going to show you here. And you can actually see some of those red colors showing up. Doesn't really matter which one is which. We're going to kind of skip past a lot of this, but we do have some differences from Minnesota. On the bottom there is that Lake Sarah strain now. And so what you can see is it's a shade of gray, and it's slightly red when you compare it to West 81. And so essentially, now this is where that number comes in. That's an index value for genetic information. If populations have a value of greater than 0.02, you can say they're different genetic strains. And so you can see here, when we compare Lake Sarah to each of our individual lakes, it exceeds that 0.02 number. And so we can consider our populations to have different genetic code or a different genetic strain than Lake Sarah. And then when we add in the Iowa fish, you can see we hover right around that 0.02 number again. So these fish were collected out of the Mississippi River in southern Iowa. Iowa has actually seen really good success with stocking these river fish into their lakes where they're struggling to get natural recruitment or to have their stocking succeed. And so that's one of the reasons why we reached out to Iowa about getting their genetics as well, because these fish seem to do better in their systems than some of their in-lake walleye. And then we can compare all the way on the very far right there, Iowa and Lake Sarah. Those fish are very different from each other. So we know we've got three unique genetic strains. We have a South Dakota strain, we have an Iowa strain, and a Minnesota strain. They're all very different from each other. So the really basic high-level summary, all of our lakes that we evaluated, except for West 81 and to a certain extent Indian Springs and Antelope, had very similar genetics, and they were different from Minnesota and Iowa. So then the next step is what do we do about this? So we're starting a new research project. It started this summer, this spring, excuse me. We're going to do some comparison stockings where we stock an individual lake with half the number of fish that get stocked for the year are going to be walleye from South Dakota. The other half will be either from Iowa or Minnesota. And what we're going to do then is we're going to go back into those lakes later and evaluate which of those fish are doing better. If one strain is doing better than the other, we should be able to identify that by looking at growth rates, looking at catch rates, and then evaluating the genetic material of the H0s that we catch later in the fall to see which ones are outperforming the others. So this spring, we sampled or we stocked fish into those lakes on the left there, Clear Lake in Dual County, Henry, Bullhead in Dual County, and then North Island. And so that's Henry Lake County, by the way. And so we basically got this project underway. It's a great partnership with Minnesota and Iowa. We were able to get about 250,000 walleye fry from both states that we could then divide up between these lakes. And we're going to continue stocking through 2029 and working with these states to get their fish, and then we're going to evaluate these over time. And so, we have a plan moving forward, at least to evaluate it and see if introducing some of these other genetics into our state can help us develop a bigger portfolio and can help us improve things like natural recruitment in our systems. And so again, I'd like to acknowledge Walleyes Unlimited again for their assistance with funding this project, and then thank all the staff that helped with this across the state, and I'll take any questions.
Fascinating. Any questions? Commissioner Teal?
Oh, I was just curious, so when we get those fish from Iowa and Minnesota, are we giving them fish in return? Are they doing anything similar to this on their end?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Within Minnesota, they're doing a lot of evaluations of their genetics, and particularly with this Lake Sarah strain. In Iowa, they're doing a lot with those Mississippi River fish. So they have their own independent questions. We aren't sending them any walleye fry to do their own experimentation with. But I will say that, not speaking for Mike Barnes, but I do know we have really great partnerships with neighboring states, and we share fish back and forth regularly. And so this is kind of one of those things where we've built relationships, and it can help us answer some other questions beyond just generally sharing fish. Thank you. Yeah.
Additional questions? Commissioner Nyberg? Commissioner Whitmire?
Commissioner Whitmire, so, I'm from the Northeast, so I'm identifying a number of those pious as lakes that were, pheasant habitat in 1992, okay? So I'm kind of just trying to gauge that genetics, how that could be anything different than what's coming out of hatcheries today, but I'm also looking at like a Compesca, which probably, those genetics would have been diluted from stockings that would have happened since 1900, but possibilities of any remaining, in a lake such as that. I don't know if anything up in the Clear Lake that's up in Marshall County, if any of those lakes might be, which is the best fishing ever, I understand from Chris. No, there's never any fish. Sorry. Anyway, some of those that might be, because that would have had a history of being connected to the James River, for example.
Yeah.
Anyway, just too many questions for this meeting, but I guess mostly related to when we had a presentation on sturgeon and, too, curious if the sturgeon that ultimately, are connected to the Hudson Bay and Red River system versus the Wahi, which is, to the Gulf, if that's, do you know anything on that too, if that's a different genetic?
I can't speak to the sturgeon. I'm not familiar with that, but for your other question about kind of the history of walleye stockings and the impacts that long-term or longevity of certain lakes might have. We do have a really extensive history of winter kills in eastern South Dakota, and so a lot of those lakes where we may have some natural recruitment. Especially during those periods in the 80s when we had low water levels, a lot of those lakes had histories of winter kills where we restocked them with fish from a source. And we've used Lake Oahe in particular a lot in the follow-up to that. And then more recently, we've been using eastern South Dakota lakes more often in our walleye spawning operations. And so, our genetics have been really bottlenecked down because of, those winter kills and, the hatchery operations and doing the primary stockings using Lake Oahe as our main source. So it's, those other systems are going to have very limited genetic diversity outside of what we see here, but it is definitely possible where we have some cases like West 81 where we've done stockings in there, and that lake has filled up, over time, but it's still showing some unique genetic signatures. So there may be some other systems like that where there are a couple of unique systems, but they're not. It doesn't appear that they're very common on the landscape based on the sample that we did.
Yeah, fascinating.
Commissioner Nyberg?
BJ, I thought you were gonna say when you were making a trade with Minnesota, I thought they want some more pheasants with walleye fingers.
That's outside of my purview.
Yeah, sure. I just wanna thank you for this report. I have a place on Lake Hendricks. And quite frankly, I'm sick and tired of hearing how the DNR of Minnesota brings in Sarah strain walleye into Lake Hendricks. And now I can tell them that we're engaged and you're engaged. And I appreciate hearing that. The problem with that is that Lake Hendricks isn't a secret anymore. And there's a lot of boats on that lake right now that are catching some really nice walleye. So this is really encouraging and thank you. It's important for eastern South Dakota lakes. What a great report. Good job.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bartley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe I missed it. What size fish are we stocking that are coming out? And then is the ultimate goal to grow these fish in our RAS system? Eventually, should that be the ultimate goal?
Yeah, so we are stocking these fish as fry primarily because it's easier for us to work with our state partners to get fry than it is to get a larger product. Right when those fish hatch, we can go straight to the hatchery, get the fish, collect them and bring them back. Versus if they're a larger size that we're stocking, they have to, keep those fish in ponds and grow them out for us essentially, and that's much more challenging. So all of our stockings are done as fry. It makes the process of stocking a little bit more challenging too, because Iowa's fish hatch a little bit earlier than ours because it's a little bit farther south. But overall, it shouldn't affect the project, generally speaking. But from there, yeah, we're hoping to evaluate these fish over 4 years and see what kind of our final product is with these fry in particular. And then we're gonna make final decisions after that on how we move forward with either increasing our requests or maybe adapting how we do things in our state. Minnesota is a little bit limited because they have a lot of requests ongoing for Lake Sarah strain. They're trying to stock those into a lot more lakes in southern Minnesota. And so they don't have a lot of sources. They have Lake Sarah, but then that strain of walleye also inhabits some rivers over near the Mississippi River, the Cannon River, for instance. And so they're using those sources to try and increase the number of waters where they have this predominant Lake Sarah strain or the southern Minnesota strain. And so over time, it may become more available, but it's kind of up to the long-term future. If we could establish some populations in South Dakota, though, then maybe we could actually do a little bit more with them and then start to see if they're successful to stock them with other waters.
BJ, quickly describe average size of those.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so a fry is a typically 2 to 4 days post hatch. So they're really, really small, just an inch and a half long or something. A larger product that we would be stocking would be something, or excuse me, like half an inch long. So the larger products that we would be stocking would be something like a small fingerling, which are about 1.5 inches to 2 inches long. And so those we stock at this time of the year, so mid-June, versus fry gets stocked in kind of early to mid-May. And we were even this year with the early winter, or the early spring, excuse me, we stocked some of those fish right at the end of April. And so, it comes down to the timing of when those fish.
BJ, real quick, what's your background? Where'd you get your education?
This is a weird question for me, actually. I have a history undergraduate degree, and I was a teacher for a year. I decided I didn't want to do that. I came back to SDSU, took some courses, went off to grad school in Nebraska, and then just finished my PhD at SDSU actually while working for the department. So, yep.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other questions or comments? Excellent report. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks.
And with that, we're gonna hold 18 until tomorrow. I'd like to jump to 19, community fishery study. We'll determine how far we are with time after that. We may try to sneak 20 in yet today.
Hey. We on? Yes. Madam Chair, members of the commission and Secretary Roebling, I'm Dave Lucchese. I'm the Area Fisheries Supervisor out of the Southeast, and I would like to introduce our next speaker. Asa Donlinger. Asa received his undergraduate degree from Iowa State University, and he's in the final stages of completing his master's degree at South Dakota State University. And he just accepted a full-time position with the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission as a fisheries biologist out of Valentine. I think we're all aware that community fisheries are a pretty important recruitment and retention tool. In eastern South Dakota, we've been conducting research on the use and the users of these community fisheries since about 2009. And ACE's study represents the next step in better understanding how community fisheries function and how we can better manage them to meet our R3 needs. ACE's study is unique in that he included an online youth survey, and he also looked at took an initial look at some of the stockings of hatchery wrasse-reared catfish, bluegill, and largemouth bass. And he also did some in-depth surveying of the waters that he did his study on. So he looked at the community, the fish community in those waters. ACE's study has already yielded some really interesting findings, and especially with youth users of these systems. And I think it's going to help guide future management. So with that, I'll turn it over to Asa.
I'm a student in this chair quick. So hi, everybody. My name is Asa. I'm a master's student over at South Dakota State, like Dave said. And today I'm going to be talking about our urban and community fisheries here in South Dakota. So in particular, I'm going to be talking about my results from the summer of 2025, so my first field season, and then hopefully providing some ways that we can better manage these resources to facilitate angler participation. So fishing participation experienced some declines leading up to 2020. And then we hit the COVID-19 pandemic, where we had a pretty good surge in fishing participation, mostly when people had more time on their hands. And some of those gains actually carried over to some of the years following that pandemic. So youth participation declines have really raised a red flag for a lot of these agencies who operate on a user pay benefit model. And so our hunters, our anglers, boaters, shooting sports, those are really the lifeblood of conservation here in the United States. So most of our urban and community fishing resources are managed to support some of our local or even nationwide R3 efforts. But they're generally stocked by our state management agencies in urban areas, and they're intended to reduce constraints to essentially a large proportion of potential anglers. So angler satisfaction is a common metric that fisheries managers will use to evaluate whether or not a fishery is meeting the expectation of its anglers. Where angler effort is a pretty common metric as well that a biologist may use to evaluate the time investment the anglers make on a particular water body. And so there's a need to evaluate these drivers of angler satisfaction and angler effort, particularly among our youth anglers to improve their participation rates here in South Dakota. And there's a need to evaluate how these fish communities and anglers respond to our stocking practices. And so really, the results of this study will help South Dakota Game Fish and Parks in coming up with future management strategies that will help facilitate particularly youth angler participation going forward, and ultimately to ensure a legacy of future fishing opportunities for generations to come. So I'm going to break today's talk down into kind of three general areas here when it comes to my results. So we'll talk about the angler catch effort, group dynamics. We'll move into satisfaction, the demographics, our motives and preferences. And then finally, we'll get more specific about our youth anglers. So we've got 5 study ponds located in eastern South Dakota. We've got 2 in Brookings. So they're both within Dakota Nature Park. So we've got this split into Dakota Nature West there, which looks like it's the 3 interconnected ponds. And then we've got Dakota Nature East there, just to the east of that. And then in Watertown, we have 3rd Avenue Community Fishing Pond or Lions Park, and then McLaughlin Nature Area. And then finally in Harrisburg, we have Lake Ole as our final study pond. So each of these places is of a different size, where we've got Dakota Nature West, which is like 18.5 acres compared to something like Lake Ole, which is much smaller, more like 3.5, right? Each of these places had a different number of access points. And it has they're all kind of sitting a different distance away from people's houses. So they all have these individual differences to them as well. So for this project, we're stocking largemouth bass, channel catfish, and bluegill, kind of like Dave mentioned before. So in 2025, we stocked 4 out of our 5 ponds in May and in June. And then in this year, we're doing 3 out of our 5 ponds. We've already done our May stocking event, and our June stocking event is coming up just around the corner. So we conducted spring fight net surveys on all of our water bodies in 2025 and 2026. And then we also conducted fall electrofishing surveys on 4 out of our 5 waters just this last fall. So that picture in the bottom right, that's a couple pretty nice largies that came out of Dakota Nature Park. And so we're further evaluating these fish communities in response to angular pressure and to stocking. And then you'll see us taking a fin clip of one of our bluegill there in the corner. And that's so that we can evaluate the survival of some of these bluegill that are raised in the circulating aquaculture systems. So information regarding our adult anglers was collected on site using an access point creel survey. So we asked anglers questions surrounding their motives, their preferences, and then we also asked them things surrounding cost, proximity, and measured their catch and their harvest. Meanwhile, while we're out there interviewing anglers, we're also conducting hourly pressure counts. So every hour, we're counting the total number of anglers who are there, the total number of adults, the total number of kids, and then we're also counting the total amount of people who are using either improved or unimproved access points. Now, to collect information from our youth anglers aged 12 to 17, we used the Qualtrics online survey. So we have these postcards that we hand out to kids while we're out doing these surveys. And then we also have signs that are posted up. So they scan that QR code, it takes them to the survey. There's a parental consent form, a personal assent form, all that good stuff. And then we also incentivize them to take the survey with the opportunity to win some pretty cool stuff. So rod and reel combos, preloaded tackle boxes. Just so we can get some more responses there. So let's kind of go into this first section surrounding these results in 2025. So angler catch effort and group dynamics specifically. So when we compare our average catch rates among all species between our stocking periods, we see that catch rates generally increased among our stocking periods before the first and our second stocking periods. And when we go down in between each of these bars, we see that generally catch rates were the highest right after we stocked and then declined until we stocked again, right? We did see that rainbow trout harvest was still, or the catch rates were still relatively high in late May, even at places at Dakota Nature Park where we only stocked in that previous fall. So we had little to no observed harvest on most of our lakes. Most of the harvests that we did see were of people using bluegill for bait. So when this graph here is the total angling effort among our adult and youth anglers. So in the black is our adults, in the gray is our youth anglers. So throughout the summertime, we estimated over 19,000 total angling hours. And so for reference, the 40 plus acres that all 5 of these study ponds represent get more pressure per acre than someplace like Lake Madison does in the summertime. So on average, people are spending about an hour and a half out there per trip. And we really didn't see a significant difference between effort in adult and youth anglers, right? And so these things are very much tied together. And we did see that difference on Lake Ole, right? And that's a place that is very located close to people's residences, right? And so that we'll kind of come back to that here in just a little bit. But on a broad level, why are these resources not attracting much larger proportions of youth anglers compared to adult anglers? Well, 87% of our youth anglers reported fishing alongside somebody else. And the average adult angler party size is about 2.4 anglers, and 50% of those adults were fishing with kids. So it's a lot of adults bringing their children to these resources to use them. And then when we look at our daily angling effort between our stocking periods, so we did see an increase in average daily angling effort among that before stocking and post stocking event. And there really was a significant increase in youth angling effort between that before stocking and post stocking one event. So that's a lot of good news. Again, during that post stocking one event, that's also when kids get out of school, so they have more time on their hands. So let's go ahead and jump into this second section. We're going to talk about their satisfaction, a little bit about demographics, and then more about their motives and preferences as well. So when we compared satisfaction rates in our before and after stocking events like we did before, we didn't see a significant change because satisfaction rates were already high from the get-go. People were already satisfied with their experiences while being there, especially when we look among our adult anglers. Our youth anglers, we see that youth anglers and what's really driving that satisfaction, we see that it's highly linked to the number of fish that they're catching. And youth anglers are nearly 9 times more likely to report that they're satisfied with their overall experience if they're satisfied with the number of fish that they caught. So let's look at, well, what are the demographics? Who's really using these resources? So this is among our adult anglers. Again, only those responding to our survey, but the median age was 32.5 years old for our adult anglers, which is a pretty young age distribution when we compare that to a lot of our other fisheries in the state. Now, with our youth median age, that was about 13 years old. Again, this is just the kids that we targeted for the survey, that 12 to 17 range, right? But again, this is a very young age distribution. And then when we look at our species preferences among our adult and youth anglers, we see that most of our adult anglers are generalists, and they're really there to catch about anything that bites, right? On the other hand, though, our youth anglers really prefer to catch largemouth bass in the summertime, which is then followed by things like rainbow trout, northern pike, bluegill, channel catfish. But that's not to take away to the importance of those winter rainbow trout stockings, which, you know, in the wintertime, a lot of those studies in Sioux Falls really indicate the importance of those rainbow trout for anglers using those resources. So. And so we asked anglers we basically asked them about their site selection preferences. So what features would make it more likely for you to want to return to a particular water body? And so when we see other, this is an open-ended question, so that is encapsulating a number of different responses. But we have a fair amount of our adult anglers that don't have any kind of amenity or resource or feature that would make it more likely for them to return. But for those that do, we see that adult anglers like coming back to places that have things like bathrooms and fishing piers. Now, when we look at this for our youth anglers, we see that youth anglers would rather come back to a place that's stocked with their preferred species, that have amenities like fishing piers, or host events like fishing tournaments, derbies, or fishing clinics. And then when we asked our adult and youth anglers where they're getting the majority of their fishing related information, not surprisingly, especially when we look at the age distribution, most of those anglers are getting their information from online videos. So things like YouTube. And that's then followed by social media content, maps, magazines, physical demonstrations. But that isn't very surprising, especially in today's world. So let's look at the daily fishing motivations, and we split this up between our adult and youth anglers. We asked anglers, why did you choose to go fishing today? And most of our adult anglers went because they had time, because there was weather, the weather was nice. or to spend time with their kids, or to have a good time and for enjoyment. Now, when we ask kids why they chose to go fishing today, a lot of them responded with because there was some place close to go, or because they wanted to catch a particular fish species, or they wanted to spend time with family and friends. Okay, so we have all this information. Let's just go a little bit deeper when we're talking about our youth anglers and their constraints, how they're getting around to their fishing spots and their introduction pathways, right? So, we ask youth anglers about their constraints towards fishing participation. We see time and weather coming up in first and second, which isn't a big surprise, especially on a daily level. Having enough time and the weather being nice are pretty big constraints. We have some kids that don't have a perceived constraint. Again, this is open-ended, so that other is really a number of different responses. But we do see proximity, transportation, and family support coming up there, that's raising a red flag. You know, when you combine those, that's almost accounting for nearly as much as time or weather. And so 46% of these kids still rely on somebody else to take them to their fishing location. And this is most likely our younger anglers. Most of those anglers are coming from within 5 miles away, while we are getting some that are coming from over 40 miles out. And if they're youth anglers, that's most likely our older youth anglers. And then we ask our anglers, who or what introduced you into fishing? And the majority of our youth anglers indicate that a parent, a grandparent, or some other immediate family member introduced them into fishing. And so I think this really drives home the importance of family-oriented management strategies. So both adult and youth anglers spend time fishing to spend time with their families, right? And people that they care about. Youth participation is highly linked to adult effort. And family members can both facilitate or constrain youth angler participation, because those youth anglers are highly dependent on their parents or who's taking them to guide their experience and to get them there in the first place. And so when we're asking ourselves, well, what's really going to drive participation? Well, many of our anglers are generalists, but those youth really show a strong preference towards largemouth bass in the summertime when they have more time on their hands, right? And stocking does help provide some of those summertime catch opportunities, but many of the primary motives and constraints of our youth anglers are shaped by whether or not there's someplace close by to go and whether or not they have family support. And so management should really focus on simple summertime stocking regimes, and they should focus on those resources that are close to home. And so growing youth participation using an urban and community fishery isn't just about managing for a good fish population. It's about managing for the conditions that make it easy for families to fish together. And so right now we're doing educator-based surveys. So we're working with educators across the state. They're kind of having kids do a thing of heads down, thumbs up to evaluate the impacts of some of these urban and community fisheries with and communities with and without one of these resources. So we've already done our spring Fyke Nets surveys on all of our water bodies. And then we'll be doing our fall electrofishing surveys again here in 2026. We just had our first stocking event in May. Kind of like I mentioned earlier, we just have another one just around the corner as well. So a big shout out to all of my cooperators, South Dakota Game Fish and Parks, University of North Dakota, my advisors, all the undergrad, the grad students who have helped out along the way, and then all of my cooperators there with the co-op university as well. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Any questions, comments? I just have one. When visiting with some of the kids, I'm curious, do you know, were they there with any summer activity group or after school program? Just trying to differentiate between them being with a parent, being brought by another entity.
Yeah, so there were a few times where we had like in Brookings, they've got the outdoor center there that's right next to the pond, and they do host some outings there. We had Boy Scouts that were there that had a fishing derby, but on a day-to-day basis, we're doing these 7 days a week. on a day-to-day basis, it's mostly parents that are bringing their children. And then, every once in a while, when there's an event hosted, it might be a couple of adults, a couple of professionals with Game Fish and Parks, or somebody more local who's kind of ushering those kids into their experience that day. So.
Thank you. And maybe we already do this. My mind went to, I could see an opportunity when you looked at the data. Stalking had a big impact. Transportation could be a potential impact on them, but reaching out to some of these youth organizations during stalking times to let them know, hey, this is happening, might be a good opportunity to bring some kiddos down.
Exactly, yep.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Member.
Yep, thanks. So, Asa, I'm just, good job, great report. I'm just gonna tell you, I love your enthusiasm.
Yeah, thank you.
Good job.
Very good. Any other questions? Secretary?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. Commissioner Nyberg kind of stole the words out of my mouth. Great report. Just fascinating to see this. We are very much geared towards urban fisheries, community fisheries. It's a big priority area for us and will continue to be. This information will definitely help guide those management decisions moving forward. I'd love to see the bass aspects of it because my 8-year-olds love catching bass.
Yeah.
Very awesome. Thank you for all you've done.
Of course, thank you.
Very good, great report, thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I believe we have one more individual that is here with us today, and if everybody would be so kind, I'd like to take item number 20, and then we will be done for today. Private Lands Habitat Program. Yes.
There you go. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Secretary Roebling, thanks for having me here this afternoon. Quick note on that last presentation, my office is right beside the outdoor, or is in the Outdoor Adventure Center there in Brookings, and there's always kids going by with scooters, carrying their fishing rods, going to the ponds there, so pretty neat to see. Today, I'm gonna be talking about, or first off, my name's Will Gallman, I'm a private lands habitat biologist out of Brookings. And today I'm going to be talking about some of the private lands programs that the department has to offer. Not going to go into great detail on all of those just for the sake of time, but I am going to touch on some of those opportunities. Hit on partnerships and conservation, project highlights, some public hunting access opportunities, and then also challenges and opportunities that we're facing out every day. In the state, we have 12 private lands habitat biologists, 3 in each region. I'm over here covering the I-29 corridor in Region 3, so cover Brookings, Kingsbury, Lake, Moody, Half-a-McCook, Minnehaha, and Lincoln counties. I want to quickly highlight a couple of resources for different programs that we have out there. New to 2026, we have the Private Lands Habitat and Access Program Guide. So kudos to Ryan Wenninger, Eric Megadans, Mark Norton, and Allie for putting this together. It's available to the public as well as biologists across the state. We also have our Landowners Matters newsletter that goes out to landowners across the state in both the spring and fall. This highlights some program opportunities as well as different articles on how to better habitat management. These can all be found on our Habitat Pays website online, along with additional information. For programs, I'm going to start off with our food plot program, since our biologists, as well as the help of COs and other habitat staff, have wrapped up food plot seed handouts for the year. So a couple things I want to highlight here, mainly the number of cooperators that we have in this program. Throughout the state, there's over 1,700 cooperators in this program, so reaches a large audience. And a lot of times this turns into additional habitat projects on the landscape. Another popular program that we have is our Woody Habitat program. And within this umbrella, there's 4 different offerings. There's the new shelter belt plantings, shelter belt renovations, riparian shrub clumps, and our hardwood release program. Each of these have different cost share dollar amounts and some different parameters. But here's a planting, 2026 planting in McCook County, where the landowner is utilizing the new shelter belt planting program to add additional rows onto his CRP tree planting. So using 2 kilograms to kind of bolster that shelter belt there. Some other opportunities for programs are wetland restoration program designed to restore previously drained wetlands. We have a variety of grazing infrastructure and pasture management cost share opportunities depending on the site, location throughout the state, and different grazing management that's taking place. And then we have our riparian habitat enhancement program, a fairly new program to the department, designed to repair and improve our riparian areas to keep that vegetative banks so that we don't have as much erosion going into our larger waterways. This is our grassland establishment and pollinator plot program. We provide some cost share on both of those to get cover some seed costs. It's a 10-year program for producers, and I'm gonna have an example of one of these coming up here in a future slide. The grassland establishment must be at least 10 acres, and our pollinator plots are between that 1 and 3 acre size. Those take a little bit more management and establishment. When talking about habitat conservation, I have to mention partnerships. If you remember that slide from the very beginning where it showed our 12 biologists across the state, here's a slide where we add in a bunch of partners and you see the private land biologists where it kind of fills in some gaps from different agencies. So we work out with these folks with more. This doesn't mention everyone. We have the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Partners for Fish and Wildlife program that are tremendous partners throughout the state, as well as conservation districts who pass a lot of landowner contacts to us and implement a lot of the projects that we work with, so grass seedings and tree plantings. In South Dakota, we really have a great relationship with many of the organizations. And I also have to mention that this partnership isn't just outside of our agency, but interagency collaboration. So we've got WDS staff, we've got COs, we have other staff that are having regular interactions with landowners, and they connect those with the private lands biologists. So a lot of diverse program options and all to come meet a goal of habitat and access on the landscape. Speaking of partner programs, here is a recent or relatively new program, I guess, but gaining a lot of ground across the state. This is the Riparian Buffer Initiative program through the Department of Ag and Natural Resources. As a private lands biologist, I help implement a lot of these programs of this type on the landscape. So this program is designed to create buffers along accepted streams and lake shores to help clean up our waterways, provide habitat as you know things are filtering to those water sources. This is a Moody County project that I worked on, and this landowner, you can see here. The riparian area, this was a dry year, so there was minimum flow, but very grazed down cattle trails, sloughed banks, and just a year rest after this producer put this pasture into a program. This is what it looks like here. So pretty neat to see, and there's a lot more of these in the works. Just need to get some contract signatures and some pretty cool things to come, I think, with this program on both our lakes and streams. Here's an example of a grassland establishment through Game Fish and Parks. This is a landowner in Minnehaha County. a pretty unique project to the area. This is 68 acres in size, so that's for some of the stuff going on at West River, that's pretty small, but in this area along the I-29 corridor, 68 acres of cropland turning back to grass is pretty substantial. So this landowner's utilizing our program for cost share for grass seed, but then they're also gonna be using the Ducks Unlimited RCPP program, which is gonna provide 2 to 3 years of per acre payment based on the county rental rates while this grass establishes. So the idea there is to offset some of the foregone income that the landowner is getting by seeding it back to grass until the grass is established, and then they can put cattle and utilize the forage in the future. So pretty neat project happening. This was just seeded a month ago, so I really don't have any pictures to show progress. But I was out there last week with the landowner, and you can start to row out some of those native grasses, so pretty neat to see. This landowner is also gonna be adding fence and water, so he can make it a all-around grazing rotation. Gonna touch on, most of you probably know about these programs, but we work with these on a daily basis. Gonna run through them real quick. Our walk-in area program for public access, our controlled hunting access program, or CHAP, so the landowner can kind of control some of the things that happen out there on the land, number of hunters, species hunted, etc. The co-op walk-in access hunting area access, so allowing folks to drive on it to retrieve or set and retrieve waterfowl decoys. And then our Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, or CREP, both in the Big Sioux River watershed and the James River watershed. Here's a landowner here up in Brookings County who enrolled his property in CREP. Really has some nice interactions with hunters and always get pictures or phone calls about new things that pop up every year plant wise. So a lot of flowers coming up that he hadn't seen before. I wanted to highlight this project here. So this is a new to 2026 walk-in area down in Lincoln County. This is an area that doesn't have a ton of public access, but really neat how 4 programs are coming together from 4 different agencies to create habitat and access on the landscape. So first off, from walk-in access, Game Fish and Parks is providing funding for the access there. The public access to habitat program through Pheasants Forever is also adding money on top of that for the undisturbed acres. And then the RBI program through the Department of Ag and Natural Resources is going to be creating a buffer along this creek here. And then some existing CRP that is going on over here to take some of the other marginal cropland acres out of production and create habitat. So pretty neat to see that all coming together and making both habitat and access in an area that doesn't have a ton. And then I have to mention the Benson CHAP on the south side of Brandon. The Bensons have really been nice to get to know. It's a long-standing CHAP where with that program, the landowner can set the parameters that they want. And for the Bensons, it was they want no more than 4 hunters per day. So they don't restrict the species that can be hunted, but up to 4 hunters per day can hunt that property. Kind of neat, pulled up last week to pick up some slips. A lot of our chat program has gone to an online portal. The Bensons still put out their slips every day for hunters to get. So with that slip is a return slip that the hunters provide after they hunt. And so I was collecting some of those and I pulled up to 2 strutting toms right beside our check-in station last week. So pretty cool to see, a lot of opportunity, and they must have known that the season ended. So, but really been great to get to know the Bensons. They always have great things to say about the hunters, and they have some good interactions with them as well. And on those slips, it's always the hunter is really appreciative of that access that they provide on their property. Then finishing up, I did want to mention a few of the challenges that we may see or currently see and may see in the future. And then also with those challenges, of course, come opportunities. So seeing a lot and hearing a lot about land changing hands. With that comes new landowners, new values, new goals. That can be good, bad, but either way, connections can be made with those new landowners. And both that education and outreach can take place. Land prices and rent prices. I know that's a big deal across the state, but quite prevalent here along the I-29 corridor. So that can make conservation and habitat programs tough at times, but these ability to stack some partner programs and really make it work in somebody's operation has been valuable. Then urban expansion, both around our larger cities and our smaller cities. Great to see, you know, communities growing, but it's creating some challenges in a way. We get some smaller parcel sizes expanding out into what were rural areas. But quite a bit of opportunity for education and outreach there. And then, of course, through all of this, building relationships that new and old and bolstering those has been beneficial for creating habitat and access on the landscape. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions if we have time.
Any questions from the commission, comments? Well, when you have the partnerships that come up, what is the breakdown in terms of some of those individuals reaching out to you and different individuals that represent you across the state versus our department reaching out to them?
Yes, Madam Chair, we work with a lot of these agencies on a daily basis. So I'm frequently working with Pheasants Forever, conservation districts. They're sending people my direction, but they're also, we're looking out for what's gonna work best in a producer's operation. So if it's somebody else, a partner program that's gonna work best for them, then we connect them and try to get that going. And they do the same across the state. We're really lucky to have close partnerships, both within the agency and outside of the agency for getting projects on the ground.
Thank you. Additional questions from the commission, comments?
Madam Chair,
Director.
if I may, thank you, Madam Chair. Will, would you, first, great job on the presentation. Would you go back towards the beginning, your map of the private lands biologist? I think you had that towards the very beginning.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to remind the commissioners, one of the strategies that we put into our priority of habitat and access. You can go back a short 6 years ago, right at about 2000, and this map would have had basically 3 individuals covering the state of South Dakota as true field biologists, and then 1 senior biologist that served more as a team leader, although he went out in the field as well and worked with landowners. So we really basically had 4 private lands biologists working with landowners across the state. When we implemented our habitat and access priority as an agency and really ramped it up to the next level, one of the things that we recognized real quickly is we needed more private lands biologists, because to make hay, if I may use that phrase, we needed more staff to work with private landowners since our state is privately owned for the most part. And so this map looks significantly different going from 4 to 12, but we truly believe that it was important to have more private lands biologists available, working with our partnership positions, as Will's talking about, but more importantly, the landowners across the state. We've made some great progress by doing this, right? But it came with a little bit of growing pain, because how we got there was by repurposing other positions in our agency, in particular Division of Wildlife. But we believe very, very strongly in this priority of habitat and access, and to this day, we know the benefits coming just from some of the examples that Will shared with you today. One other example, I think, Will, when you were talking about food plots, this year we had 1,700 cooperators, is that right, across the state?
That was pulled from last year, but it pretty similar, yes.
1,700, so just give you an example of how that has changed. When I came to the agency in 2005 as the upland game biologist, at that time, the food plot program, Woody Habitat, was administered by the upland game biologist, in the position I had. For those 3 years that I did it, we were averaging right around 800 to 900 on an annual basis of cooperators across the state in the food plot program. So we basically have doubled it in the last 20 years.
And I know more of that has happened in the last 6 years as we've done some of these types of changes. So I just wanted to share a couple of those examples that these folks that you're seeing here are conservation officers, other staff that are working with landowners across the state and with other partners of ours are making great strides in putting habitat on the ground and more access opportunities. If we build it, they will come, and we provide the places for them to go, then we have more places for them to enjoy it. So hopefully you can see some of the fruits of our labor and some of the examples he shared, but habitat and access is and will remain our priority moving forward.
Very good. Thank you for that, Director Kirschland. Any comments from the commission? I'm seeing good job from across the table. Good job, Will. We appreciate the information and knowledge in the report.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we are gonna call it a day for today. We will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. right here. So we will be at ease until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Recording stopped.